Oh my god. Oh my god. Hachimi, 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 Hachimi. Yakunachimi. Hello, George. Just one song. Ugh. Hand songs. Hachimi, Hachimi. Hachimi, 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 Hachimi. Hachimi, 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 Hachimi. Where is the blue stuff? What? Where'd it go? Ah. Hachimi, 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 Hachimi. Hachimi, 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 Hachimi. Oh my god. Okay, today is just a outright grind. This is just the anyways, the challenge today mostly is just figuring out that balance. Coming in here, I have zero idea. But like throwing down some textures and then seeing how it feels, it would. I get the sense of like the texturing part is surprisingly probably not that critical. Actually, that makes a lot of sense that it isn't. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, the big shapes, I have to maintain the edges, and I keep them clean. If not, like, the moment the edges are kind of messed up, I feel like it looks like shit. So, pretty sure what I like about it is the fact that the edges are clean, regardless of how much noise and texture is being thrown everywhere. So, if you want to put in textures here, Where's my tip angle? I actually need to leave this open now. I don't have enough space on this side here, which is blocked by the reference for you guys, but yeah, not a lot of space here. Do it up here. I suppose. This one doesn't have any. Yeah, this is too haphazard. Right? Is that two brushstrokes then? Let's just take out color jitter. Duo opacity. What? Where is my ink? Oh. Kinda cool, I guess. I use this as the main for that sequence. Excuse me. I think I know what's happening. I have too much dust in my room. When my heater comes on, it's bleh. What? Uh-oh. I just... what? Alright. Thank you, George. Hang on, my tablet disconnected itself again. Fuck's sake. Very temperamental, this one, for sure. The problem hasn't been a thing for like 4 months, and then all of a sudden it's back again. But it's probably just because of how I kept it on my desk. I think like probably something must have pushed down on the wires. I do kind of do everything at my desk, including eating, so I do have like pots and pans on top of a sketchbook on top of my tablet. That's how you get better at art, you know. You keep eating your knowledge as well. When you draw, you expand your skill points on the canvas, on the paper, and then you have to eat it back. What? Yeah, I can foresee a gap still. Even if you could get really comfortable with this painting process with all the textures and get all the balance and all that internalized into our heads, which is not going to happen with this one piece, right? Even if all that happens, I think the bigger problem is still a lack of understanding of form and the colors being chosen. This is not easy to replicate for sure. I don't think I'll be seeing anything like this for a while. In our own art, that is. Something needs to be... oh my god, this brush is great. The only problem is that it's bad for the same reason why it's great. So, which is that there's that streak of... there's that gap in the middle. Which means that it's just me not using it for what I want it to be used for. Surely there's something else here. What? Just want to see one works. Did I just move a brush somewhere? I thought I had something. What was it called? Is it one of you guys? No, it's not. Oh, it's in the... Question mark? Question mark? Oh, this is like a different chrome. Just the dots. Repeat those. Huh. Feels like I cut something else, but I can't find it right now. I guess it's fine. Oh, this edge is not clear enough. So still stick to my squares, I guess. This square has been so good to me actually. Do I have enough colors still? Really? I can feel something very distinct. Like I like something very distinct right now. There's no good way to think about this thing. I'm just copying shapes. So for one, I don't think anything's getting absorbed that well. But for two, I think this workflow, man. I keep swapping brushes and all that, just to come back to it. I don't know what I want. Like, so this is... The light part catches light. Everything else is just some kind of breakdown. Say if I do this. Show that face there, right? And let's say I grab this a little bit. It's too fragmented still. Something a little bit more top surface. Fine, right? I have a good way of drawing the ender eye looking thing. Yeah, this doesn't mix, right? But I still don't want it to mix. So like, there is a... I'm not getting enough stuff. But they are hard-edged, so I need to force it in. And I don't have a brush that has that texture. Yeah, it's too funky to do some of these sprays. There's always the option of painting something in and then erasing it a little bit and then keeping some, like the edges of the brush tip or something like that, but it's way too funky. And if you're painting on the same layer here, that means painting and repainting a lot of the same parts over and over. And it's gonna get to a point where it's not possible anymore. So some of these things that are being put in, I feel like I definitely need a brush for that. If we don't have it, there's not much I can do about it. Not easily anyways. These are like not really related. These messes up the shape, like these blends up the shapes and the edges, which is not what I want, 100%. At least I know I can ignore those. Yeah, I don't want anything that mixes up the colors. So it looks like it's initial binary setup with some gradients on each of the light and shadow parts. Then using a marker brush or airbrush, you're putting in more colors until you get to the point where there's enough colors on the canvas. And then beyond that point is all hard edge brushes. Defining shapes and then just breaking some of them up with textures. I think that would be like the best way. And then if possible, keep some of that gradient that was put in before. So that you naturally have some of that round, sort of smoother transitions, but you don't have to put them over the texture, right? Because if you paint a texture first, then you paint those transitions, it's going to soften your hard edges. So that seems like the correct order. The bigger problem now is just not having the same kind of textures. We have the rigs, we have some of the noise, we have some of the whatever this is. But there's like this one big patch of brown here, and I don't know what that is. Doesn't look like anything to me. And also this like 3D looking ender eye thing. These look like color jitter, which we can set up. Although it doesn't work that well. Also very clunky to be using all these similar brushes for like the same. So I need another one. Hang on. So this one has jitter without the, let's see, without the mixing, I think. So no mixing on this one. No opacity on this one, but this one has color jitter, which then allows us to do this similar sort of vibe thing that they have, except ours is a lot more... Oh, so that is the tip of the brush, maybe. This ender eye looking thing. Maybe the tip of the brush is it's just a long oval. And then they have a brush size setting on it, perhaps, so that as they're brushing, it's going to change the size and it's going to change. Make it look like a concentric circle. Anyways, this jitter might not be enough. Anyways, anyways, so far the only thing I really like that I feel more in control with is just the fact that you can paint in a line, erase a bit of it, and then it forms like all these brunch looking textures versus or like the brown looking textures. You can do something like this. Not the right color though. Say we do that. Do a bit of this. As long as we don't leave tiny shapes in there, I think it should be fine. The rest is understanding form, I guess, but then I think within like each blob, like the light and the shadow here, doesn't seem to matter too much. In fact, the point seems to be to keep the values of these textured brush strokes, I guess, have much lower contrast so that they don't stand out so much. So if that's the case, then maybe this is the main sort of painting, I guess. The main sort of painting movement where you're just kind of constantly just cutting up shapes still. just finer and finer, and then the textures are very, very secondary, perhaps. You don't have to follow exactly the same, we just need to have enough noise here. And then there's a lack of... So now there's a lack of textures, maybe like visual interest, then maybe I can come in and just use like something that's a little bit rougher. Just to put in some things. Maybe even like this, perhaps. And then we take them out a little bit. Okay, okay. I think this makes more sense, right? Like logically, this isn't just me copying anymore. I can kind of think about, hey, I kind of want this kind of setup. I kind of want to have this big structure. And then I'm cutting it out into smaller pieces first manually. So I get a lot of control with what I'm getting out of this. And then when this is still kind of boring, I'm going to come in with the textures. That seems to make the most sense. For now. And then as I try, maybe we can find something else here. Yeah, maybe I want a bit of red here for whatever reason. Maybe too red. And then I want some textures, so let's just eat some textures in first. And then like I'm like, oh shit, the shape's kind of broken up. I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, let's just grab this and then make one line of this, make another line of this. It's not gonna look like the original, but I think as long as we get something out of it, right? In this case, it will be some kind of a workflow for thinking and working with textures. Since we don't have one, this would be the best case scenario here. The next step will mostly be to just get comfortable and then tweak it here and there to make things work a bit better and faster and more efficiently. Like switching back and forth between all the brushes is very cumbersome for me. I don't quite mind it, but it is not very efficient, to say the least. So if that's the case here, I'm gonna have to... But it is a time thing though. It's just a use more, do more kind of thing. And then you'll get more comfortable with it. Get some more textures in, clean up the edges. It's the same exercise over and over, I guess. Hello, Devay. How are you, Devay? Oh yeah, my values are too high, okay. It's a very familiar looking artist name though, I have to say. Looks very familiar. I am following them. Oh, hang on. What did they draw? Let's see. Okay. The base dailies. There we go. Hey, I wonder if Mia's coming or not. Let me see. It's hot out here. What? Like live? Like with a camera on or something? VR chat? It's interesting, right? Everyone's everybody. How do I say this? like everyone has like a life of their own. Everyone's making progress, their own progress on their own journeys, and then you can see like people changing. Like in this 1.5 years, we've kind of transitioned from like super clueless, I don't know what's happening, and then talking to me about animation, about art, and then now like he's doing dancing, he's doing his own thing. He moved to another country. And then I'm doing like a whole bunch of stupid stuff. Now live to the other nonsense. Very nice. Right, yeah, he's been dancing for a while, I imagine. But it takes time, right, for you to get comfortable with yourself. And then so on and so forth. Before you want to be presenting in front of other people. This is an interesting pun, but this is probably not not intended. It says how to make big pun, but big as in bake as in like you guys know the word bakemono, right? Bake, but bake's word just kind of means like it's kind of like deformed or something that's like changed. In this case, I think it's just using it as kind of like a monster bread. It's probably the short form for like bakemono. But bake can also be used in other contexts where it's just kind of fused with something else, it feels like. Oh man, probably not explaining this very well, but it's like a weird pun with English because it happens to be bake. This is wheat over here, komugi. Wheat. Oh yeah, deformed. Yeah, something like that. I can't quite, I don't know what word I would use exactly to translate bake, but it's carrying that, it's conveying, it has that nuance of not what it should be. There's something weird about it. That's why bakemono is just like a weird thing, right? It's like a deformed thing. It's like a monster in that sense. It's just that most of the time you're using it, people use it in the context of referring to monsters and stuff, especially in anime and all that. Alright, sorry, I was trying to look at the line arts here. Because like all these like some more fantastical, fantasy-esque styles always feel like this, right? The lines always feel like this. I don't know what is it about it. Maybe like the rendering is kind of like watercolor. It tends to be very simple shapes and then like just gradients in them. Maybe sometimes textures. But then like the shapes are being held onto by the lines. And then the lines always has this quality, which I don't know exactly what it is. But it's always kind of rough. But that's not just that, right? It's not just that. Maybe it feels a bit like this pen here. Hang on. Sure, where did I put the usual stack of pens? I don't know where the usual tools are. There's this milli pen thing, which I think has that sort of, it's like emulating a real actual marker or some kind of pen, right? But there's velocity setting on it. So if you look at the shit, where is it in this menu? I don't know where it is. Brush size. Oh, it's up here. There's velocity setting on it. So the faster you go, the thinner it gets. And it seems to have this kind of vibes for a lot of those kind of fantasy-esque drawings. I don't know. You draw like a bread. How do you draw bread? Shit. I don't know. Bread. And you can have like a sack of something. Yeah, maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just like traditionally people tend to draw on like paper, right? All that. Maybe they like to use, someone famous used this marker at some point and then they popularized it and then it just becomes very prevalent everywhere. Although theirs is not as it's not as obvious, I think. Maybe just a lot of overlapping lines. Oh yeah, the deliberate darkening of some parts, perhaps. Hmm. Yeah, good stuff, I guess. It's, I think that the main system can break down, I think. Huh. Oh, I think this is the one I bookmarked. Maybe like a different post. Maybe there's like a repost. Because I felt like I've dreamed of something like this before, except mine wasn't like an apartment building, it was on the cliffside. It's more, even more fantasy than this. This is not fantasy, I guess. This is more like modern. Yeah, I mean, this is just, this part is being exposed is kind of weird. Which is why it's great, I do like that. A lot of ideas now. Surely they do some kind of original, series, right? This feels like they have their own comic kind of vibe. But like a lot of these, I wonder if these are... Okay, I don't know if this is a pun or not. I caught a glimpse of this, but maybe it's meant to be a pun, maybe it's not. But Oni, this character here, right? You guys know Oni, very popular. In Mandarin, it means ghost. But in Japanese, it's like all these ogre-esque demons, or like I don't know what you would call these actually in English, but Oni, if you drag out the ni, it becomes Oni, and then it becomes Oni-san, right? Like, it becomes like brother. But then like in Japan, you will refer to like I mean, it's like calling someone on the road, like a stranger, like, hey, mister, you know, something like that. But then like Japan, you'll be like Oni-san, Oni-san, something like that. You will refer to like all sort of middle-aged guys in general by Oni-san. Oni-san, One-san. So kono Oni-san. It's like a pun with the words stacked together. Because if you're just referring to them by the Oni part, like if you're just referring to their race, you would not put the sun in the back. So I think this is deliberate. They have a lot of stuff though. Holy shit. What did they... Oh, they made the Promised Neverland? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't remember what the original style was. I don't think I read the manga originally. No, I did read the manga. Dang, it's been too long. I forgot. No wonder. Anyways, thank you, Duve. This is a... What? It is, isn't it? I mean, we'll find out for ourselves, I guess. I feel like a lot of these, like obviously it's very intricate, it's probably taking a lot of time. But the fact that it's all line based, it makes it so much easier, right? You don't have to rely on shapes and shadows and so much. A lot of things can perhaps be hand waved, you just kind of put a dash of color in there. Like the face here, for Senna would not have any, there would not be any face without the line, because it's all one block of color. But at the same time, like the line heavy styles are so distinct with like the lines and stuff. I don't know. It's like a trade-off, I guess. Dang. I don't think I ever find a bottom to this. I'm just curious how far how long ago they would have started, but probably a better way to do it than this. What? Okay. I guess these are just sketches, like recent sketches. I don't think we're even close to when they started. Oh wow, okay, this has been around for a long time. Oh, but it's only, yeah, I guess it's only in a year or two. Yeah, especially scenes like this, right? I think this is more a better example. Because I would love to draw a bunch of cities, but then with the intricacies of a city, no lines would mean a lot of work here. If you do 3D, it becomes very clinical. So even 3D requires touch-up afterwards, right? If you do photo bashing, then that's yet another aesthetic, but it's also very distinctly not painted. Anyways, thank you, Dave. I'm just thinking through all these things. Like recently, I'm doing some more design stuff, and like you have the reason for doing this thing, but then you have multiple sort of wants and requirements and so on and so forth. So I was trying to work out like, because they, depending on which one you prioritize, right, what you get at the end is going to be different. So I was trying to work out like what I should be prioritizing and so on and so forth. And that decision-making process was, it kind of sucks because you have to compromise on something. But anyways, just food for thought, I guess. Thinking about the stuff that's not really that relevant yet, I suppose, but over time, I guess we'll find out. Yeah, if I zoom out on mine, right, like it's not as clear because like even just this transition here, the fact that it's soft rather than like a hard edge there makes it so much less impactful, rather. Like this. But if the texture is noisy enough, then it's the same problem because you lose that edge as well. But the ones that can put in these edges are inherently very bland. this mess here? I guess it's because, okay, so let me see. It needs to be more grouped as a whole, and then within this set of values, I need to then break it up somehow. How do you even get that rate? How do you get that from? There? I think Mia's probably not joining. What? Oh, it's a ribbon. This feels a little bit more like it, perhaps. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Actually, speaking of lack of ideas, I just realized, like, because I'm listening to MapleStory music, MapleStory is like a low-hanging fruit for me. I can just put Ria in like MapleStory environments, and then that would be that. There doesn't need to be anything too deep. There doesn't need to be anything too private. It is just games and experiences that I used to have, I suppose, and play. I can try a lot of different environments as a result then. We might be in this corner for the entirety of today, holy shit. If we just won something, it's fine. If we want the same kind of balance, it's a whole different ball game here. Well, what are these shapes? I don't know. Yeah, it depends on if the thing will break. Right, I expect it to break? Or it's kind of stable. Possibly not though. That's fine. Deal with it as it comes, of course. Surely, yeah, something else must be usable here. This is just too squiggly. Actually, how does this even work? There's some fancy ass brush that can just keep drawing like the patterns over and over. So I kind of broke it. Oops. Fix that. Oh, what the? Oh, interesting. I want like that line there, but you don't have anything that can put in something like that comfortably. We can just do that, that's fine. And cover it back up. Kinda sus. Wait, can I get a brush that's square but also mixes? Let me see, let me see. I mean, I don't really... Shouldn't I just get... Wait, hang on. Delete this. should just duplicate the marker. Oh shit, which one is the one? Actually, doesn't matter. Brush tip, I'm just gonna swap this over to a... What? That's my setting. Right, the big block needs to be... Yeah, it doesn't look too good. What's the original? 0. 0 set. Okay, what else? Yeah, but this means I can... Wait, what is this one? Oh, this is the ribbon. What is this for? Oh, kind of sus, but it could work, I suppose. It could. Yeah, it's still broken. The remark some of the shapes there a little bit. Too big. Like this. Oh, it's a lot more colors, but I think I can get a bit of the... Oh, what's the word? I can feel the group a little bit better. Shouldn't have done this, by the way, though. God. Have to kind of overcome that fear of messing shit up and just actually go ahead and mess it up first. We have like reference here, which is so great, because otherwise I won't be able to tell what is the thing that I don't like. But now I can see very clearly whenever shapes are too blurry or too overlap like this. It makes me feel like I can't see clearly. So that's not what I want. Then I can just hard edge brush the edges back in. But keep some of that transition that I was talking about before. And then we can make some brushes here and there. And then when we really need the edges, we bring in the really solid brush here. Now the shapes, I don't know why they are the way they are, but I can just paint them in first. Don't worry about the other things later. They're kind of not in the right proportion, but it's fine too. Not worry about that. Markers, yeah, markers are really tricky. Markers are good for putting the stuff, but the moment I use it, it means I have to go over it. So I have to be careful with where I mix the color. I see, okay. So I can be free with it, I just need to be aware of the fact that whatever I touch is gonna be redone. So unless I want to redo it, I better make sure I don't touch that. Even if we want to be free here. Okay. I'll write that line in my head. Not curvy enough. No, we are. Oh, these look fine. Oh. Wait, hang on. Do you have opacity on it? No, it doesn't. Or does it feel like this though? Something has opacity on it, no? Brush density. Alright, get out of here. Alright, that's why it felt so weird. Okay. Something yeah, it's just one of those times, but this would have been nice if it's like a big boy. What is this? Why do I have two brushes? They both have mixing on too. I don't know. No idea. Yeah, the shape was too broken up, and this value is not low enough. How did they do this? Oh, the yellow is on top. Alright, but this has to be okay. I see. Size blend mode would be the fade. What is the word for in the direction again? I'm just gonna use parallel and perpendicular here. Oh wow, okay, let me think about this a bit. So I think even just like in the past 1 hour, I think just pushing paint around, playing around with the brushes and the textures, I feel like there should be a more structured way of thinking about the textures. Like it all appears very random and all that, which is kind of, I guess, the point. But that's not the point. The point is that, like, no matter how random it seems, there is some structure to this, right? There is, if you zoom out, you see the big shapes. And then you zoom in, you see the textures, but the textures tend to not break up the big shapes, and so on and so forth. So the idea and the sort of vibes and style that it's conveying needs to fit within this character, like this sort of profile, where big shapes maintain their very clear edges and shapes, and then textures don't mess with that, but still add more to it. And then in order to achieve that, I feel like there would be a few things, a few control knobs that I can think of, right? First of all, I think the biggest thing would be the edges themselves, right? To keep the hard edge, a lot of the noise here is hard edged. So to keep the hard edge, there should be no blending, there should be no opacity settings on it. Size setting doesn't really matter, right? But there should be no blending and no opacity. Not to say that you cannot use them. There are cases where it appears to be blending or opacity, but they're used very sparingly within the domain in which it exists, right? It's only in the shadow. It doesn't cross over into the light. It just stays in the shadow over here, and so on and so forth. There's also the other, hang on, so it's hard but big blocks are clear, and then like so this means number one, there is no opacity slash blend mode on most brushes, I guess. And then sparse textures do not cross light shadow border too much, because if they do, it serves as a way of softening the edge as well. So that also cannot happen. It has to be within this region. So there is that, and then what? There's the difference in terms of the type of texture here. Oh right, I forgot to mention color jitter. So what is the correct order here? And then this is a repeated cycle here. I mean, big, small is always the accepted sequence here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter it has to be big or small. The priority, the main gist of it is you break, you set up, you break, then you set up, and then you break, and then you set up, and then you break. Okay, I see. It's that same cycle no matter where you go. Although in the previous cases, it's not as apparent. I'll explain what this mess of nonsense is once I work it out. Because so coming into this piece, right? It's again coming to this piece, no idea what the fuck is happening. But like, throughout painting this, throughout the process of painting this and the previous one earlier this week, it becomes apparent as to like how do I say this? In order to achieve the final result that I'd like, right? We need to hit a certain balance between hard edges, soft edges, empty spaces, and textured spaces. And then in trying to achieve that, I feel like there is a sort of more efficient way of going about it. Okay, let me take that back. It's not about efficiency at this point, right? Efficiency is an afterthought. It's more about how, like, what I find myself continually doing. Because it would be, say for example, we start off with just a big block, right? One singular color, the entire block. Right, it would just be everything. So everything here taken out. Oh shit, I literally took everything out. But you start off here without the thing. You start off here without even the gradient, right? And then you will put in the shadow stuff. So this will be the initial breaking. And then after the initial breaking up of the shapes, you will set up the sort of gradient. So you start to put in more colors. So I think the best way to approach so far across all of these pieces has always just to be this binary setup where you have the light and the shadow. That's it. You don't worry about reflected light. You don't worry about subsurface scattering just yet. You worry about it at this stage where you have the shapes broken up. And then you start to think about maybe secondary light sources, rebounds light, and subsurface scattering, right? And you could potentially put in yet another shape here. But let's say we stick to just two shapes. You will put like gradients and adjustments onto each shape itself. And then you will want to keep these layers separate. I don't know if you guys can see this, but you will keep these layers separate so that you maintain the original shapes and the stuff that you have set up already. And at the same time, you can try to make sure that it doesn't affect things too much unless you really wanted to break up that shape some more. So now we have this setup over here where you have additional colors being put in. So this is the initial nonsense, right? Step 1 is you do binary setup with the gradient. Step 2 is where you reach this stage with all the additional colors with markers and stuff. So now you have a bunch of colors and that you want to work with. Then you come into the texture and paint over stage. And in this texture paint over stage, it seems to be just a constant fighting between trying to increase visual interest by adding textures and trying to maintain the edges that you already have. So, well, strictly speaking, you could just make sure that you always only paint within each shape, but because you want to make it so that it's easier to change shapes and have like the light shapes and the shadow shapes be adjusted easily, it'll be a lot easier to paint on top, right? But since you're painting on top of everything, you can overwrite anything you want, and you will overwrite these edges. So I find myself constantly breaking up the edges, but then because once it's broken up, it removes it veers away from the balance that I want, which is that hard edge balance, like which is most of the edges being hard. So I will have to come in and I have to repaint some of these shapes back. And now once I did this, all of a sudden you have too much empty space, right? Maybe you can break it out some more manually like this, perhaps. But once you get here, you're like, oh, maybe it's too empty there, maybe it's not, right? But presumably you're working to smaller and smaller and smaller shapes, so at some point it's gonna be fine. And then at this stage, you can kind of like, oh, you know, it's fine now, we can move on somewhere else. Or if it's too empty, then you will come back with another texture brush, and you'll be like, oh, maybe I want a bit stuff on the edges here. And then you'll go back. So this seems to be that sort of gameplay loop, essentially, you know. You just keep doing this. And of course, like, the more you do this, the more you understand what is it that you want and don't want. So you can get things done in one step rather than like 10 steps. Like pushing it back and forth too much and stuff like that. And then it comes to the textures themselves, like what the textures... So there are the textures that are sort of obviously there to suggest the material, right? But there are also textures that's there to just break up shapes and doesn't really necessarily suggest the material, but maybe the finer forms, right? Because textures at the end of the day is just suggesting the uneven surface of it. But the uneven surface can be a result of the form itself being uneven, right? For example, like rocks not having like a very flat edge. But then it could also be from the texture of the material, which is even on the flattest walls, you will still find the bumps. So there are the textures for those, which are more like patterns. But then there are also the textures where it's like more rake. Wait, hang on. There's a gap here. Let me think. The patterns are there to... I mean, they're all there to break up the shape. They're all there to generate visual interest. At its core, they all do the same thing. They just represent different things. I think the textures that are there to suggest form and suggest material are easy to understand. But the textures that are just there to increase visual interest and purely just increase visual interest is a bit harder to sort of understand because they don't necessarily represent anything physical. I would think, anyways. Like, for example, this, right? You could say that it's a stylization of the material, but in my head, this is just registered as just absolute random noise, right? Just to increase visual interest. There is no significant thought given behind this sort of shape. It's just a different shape. So there is the purpose of the thing, which doesn't really seem that important, I would say, because at the end of the day, they achieve the same thing, which is to break up the shape. So as long as you're breaking up the shape, let me see. So we have this blend mode to ensure sort of, this is about the edges. Sorry, the hardness of the edges, because they're all about edges here. And then you have the block in, and then you have the thing. This here, sorry, that there block in versus paint. Okay, so hang on. This is more of a sequence to this paint over. Then you have the block in versus the pattern. So this one here is the one that sort of is versus. So it's texture for form / material versus pure visual interest. That would be what this is. Color jitter would be classified under here. I would say color jitter would be... So this type here is not written correctly, I think. I think it'd be more prudent to split, not by the type of textures, right? I'm splitting here by the kind of textures that go in the direction of the brush. Like, so for example, the rigs that we have here. These always go in the direction, well, these go in the direction of the brush, right? But it doesn't mean that if it's in the direction of the brush, it's always only there for visual interest. This could potentially be a suggesting form in some kind of a mesh, So it's not about the direction. By the way, the opposite end of it would be the ones that are there. They're just patterns, which I don't know if I have any actually. Maybe not that easy to find, but like these kind of brush, they're just kind of patterny. They could be really sparse, they could be really dense, but either way, they're kind of patterny rather than being in the direction of the brush. So it doesn't matter too much. I think this line here is not that important. Same for color jitter, right? So essentially, we have this is the main type here. And then these would be like more sparse. Oh, not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. So this last classification here doesn't matter too much because yeah, I think that doesn't really matter too much. Of course, everything here is also hinges upon like personal preference and stuff like that. At least given my personal preference, which I don't fully know what it is yet. And this specific piece in mind, this breakdown here would do what exactly? What am I doing here? Sometimes I'm breaking stuff down because purely for the fun of breaking it down, because I do enjoy being able to sort of classify everything into a very neat structure. So in this case here, I've kind of classified all of these brushes into their own respective purpose for existing and what kind of brushes they are, right? Because I can look at a pattern, this white pattern here, I can be like, oh yeah, that's a sparse texture pattern kind of brush, right? Why is it there? It doesn't seem to suggest any sort of form or whatnot. So it's purely for visual interest. So now I know in my head that this is a sort of fundamentally different idea than, say, the textures being used to suggest, like maybe the ridges of a piece of rock, for example. Even though fundamentally, at the end of the day, they're all just there to generate visual interest. But then the entire piece is there to generate visual interest. So I cannot just classify everything under that. Anyways. I don't know what the result of this exercise, thought process is. Thought exercise? It's not even an experiment, yeah, it's just an exercise. I mean, the first step is to classify. The second step would be to use the classified pieces to build a relationship, right? Because once I know what each brush kind of does and what purpose it serves, then looking at this piece, I understand intuitively what the balance is, but then with the tools that I have, with the breakdown that I have, I can make that more concrete. So rather than being an intuitively known balance, I can make it so that it is objectively documented. I think that would be the value of it if we go that far. Easier said than done, of course, as always. So what is the point of this exercise? I know that there are different brushes now, and I know that the stuff that I like is that big block of shape. So, but we already have the order of operations here, and this order of operations. Oh, I see. This order of operations is inherently still a little bit lacking. Or rather, I'm lacking experience with this. I think the order itself is fine. I think the part that I'm lacking is primarily... I still find myself going back and forth over the edges a lot, which inherently implies inefficiency and not doing it correctly. So it's more of an execution problem. So... Oh, I see what the gap is. The reason why I'm going back and forth so much is because I don't know where the balance is, right? I feel like sometimes it's too empty, sometimes it's too noisy. That's why I keep going back and forth. But if I know roughly where the balance is, then I can just smack the textures in. Oh, wait, I see. I can smack the noisy texture, the sparse textures in. And then the form textures go after, quote unquote. Wait, let me think. That is true, right? Yeah, I see. It's a matter of grouping. Wait, hang on. Oh, there's a little bit more nuance to this. there is this type classification, but there's also a corresponding type classification of the size of it, I think. Ah, shit, what's a better name for this? Oh, sorry. Maybe granularity? The idea is that you have textures that are very obvious, and the textures that are less obvious. Stuff like noise, which is less obvious. But there's also the ones that are very, very attention demanding, because they are so out there in your face. So I would say, in order to increase efficiency, you will need to know what a good way to apply each type in. So we have the fine versus coarse. So this is hard to see. Very easy to see. So this inherently implies that it's more hands-on, less attention needed. So what does that mean? That means that, like, does this go in first then? Less attention needed means it can be added in before or after. Actually, the order doesn't matter. If I add in, let's say I add in the noise first. If I paint over on top of it, it's going to destroy the noise. It's going to be gone. But if I add it in later, I suppose, after the shapes are defined, that's also fine, right? Because they're inherently, they don't generate that much visual interest, and as a result, they can be placed in comfortably after everything is painted without breaking up those edges. That would be the assumption, given the definition of this type of texture. If it is very coarse and if it's very obvious, you would put it in... No, but it's not... Okay, it's not that simple, right? It's not that simple. Because visual impact here is the main driving factor for what I'm trying to discuss. But this is not only about textures, right? Because this is inherently just contrast. Dependent. I cannot spell contrast. Which means that there's HSV involved, which means the values themselves are also pretty important. Which means that regardless if they're coarse or if they're fine-grained, if the values are not different enough, you cannot see them anyways. So then, that means there's maybe not much to gain here. I think this part is the part that I'm not sure about, which inherently is this flow here about improving efficiency. But I think that's also, of course, a little bit too early for that. We literally only painted for like an hour. I guess technically we painted for the rest of the week too, but okay, anyways, I'm going to go to the washroom and let this digest for a little bit. And then I'll just continue painting here and see if anything changes here. Yeah. Right, anyways, I'll be right back. The texture of binary sequence color gradient spam textures, then find the edges again and find smaller shapes. Oh wait, hang on. Big shape cut into small shape, then variation. Then find the small shapes again, find smaller shapes in there, then variation. Oh, that is the cycle then. I see. What's that? Okay. Maybe, yeah, maybe that is the cycle. Hang on. So maybe the cycle here is you have, let's say you have big shape, and then you have big shape into light and shadows. Shit, how do I even draw this? And then you have the light, and then you have the shadow. And then for each of those areas, okay, probably better to write in text, and I'll put in the pictures later for reference. Let me see. I got atrocious. Right? And then, so, let me see. So obviously step 1, we have one big shape. Right? And then this big shape, you can also think of it as the entire canvas being cut into two shapes. The part that is this tree thing and the part that isn't. So that's step 1. You break it out into two shapes. And then you add some variations here and there, which in the original setup doesn't really have too much, right? That's it. Then from this, you treat the smaller shape as a new big shape, which is this white space. You treat it as a new big shape, cut it into smaller shapes. So now there's two small shapes from the original small shape. Then for each of the smaller shape, you treat it as like a big shape again. In this case, we're breaking it up with colors first, some gradients here and there. So I guess in each step, it isn't necessary that we always have this gradient and additional color step. And then now that we have this shape, the way that we're doing the next part is, I'm just ignoring the blue stuff, is that we are kind of just painting across everything, but fundamentally, it is still kind of like zooming into an area and saying, okay, this white shape, now it's my big shape. I'm gonna cut it down into smaller stuff. I'm repeating, okay, as I'm saying this, I feel like I heard this so many times before over the years, right? But you do studies, it's the same thing and stuff like that. But I guess I never really make the connection to textures. But yeah, like you treat this as a big shape and then you want to break it down to smaller shapes. So you could use a marker to make the white a little bit more off-white, or put in some more shadows, and then you can use textures to break up the shape some more. And then you're refining it a little bit. And then for those smaller shapes, you can keep breaking it down and down and down and down and so on and so forth. Okay, this is great. So this is the structure to think of then. So just think in this structure. And then beyond that, it's just what kind of shapes you like. Yes, beyond that, it's just the kind of shapes and the balance and the textures and all that you like. So in that regard, I think that's fine. So this is the gameplay loop, right? This game sucks, by the way. So this is the main gameplay loop. And then you just need to add on your own preference for hard versus soft edge. Oops. Balance. Keen versus textured. Oh my god. Balance. Color. So HSV. Balance. I keep writing blends. So it's a comp thing. At this point, this is a comp thing, I think. So this is the style slash comp thing. Oops. So art is about understanding the different components, how they come together to form the final piece, but during execution, well, this is also adjacent to the so this is a rendering process, gameplay loop actually. And so this piece here, so this is render only. And this piece here fits into the larger sort of art process. Art process of Q1 to Q2 into Q3. I believe Q3 is execution specifics, right? Execution specifics, which is actually specifically this guy. Plus, oh, I see. Execution specific, this is style, right? This is the style specific sequencing. That means this is the breakdown. It's the breakdown sequence. And then from there we have the execution part, which in 2A would be like thumbnails slash reference, and then B would be like the color, the values and color refs. Sorry, roughs. And then in like C, this is the thing. Right, okay. Anyways. Nonsense. For like the past half an hour. Anyways, what do I not like here? I don't really like some of this nonsense here. Actually, I wonder what the threshold for my tolerance is. It's kind of gone. That's fine. Right, and then here it's just a lack of skill and lack of experience, I guess, with the material and the forms. I don't really know what kind of patterns rocks would have and stuff like that. So I'm very dependent on the reference here. Otherwise, we could just kind of go off on our own here. Wait, so that means there is a... Alright, so here I don't like this shape. I can refine it first. And get something that we like first. No rush, right? Don't like all these tiny jagged edges, even though that's what my brush is good at doing. And I refuse to use a different brush. Okay, that's great. Add in patterns of our own, doesn't matter. That's great. And break the shapes out even more. Whatever the hell this shape implies, I do not know. Do not care. So now that I've broken up the shape, and then I can be like, oh, kind of boring over here. And then I'm gonna add noise or something. So let's say I add noise. Shit, what is so much freaking noise first? I think it's over here. Pure fart noise. Right, I can just do this. Across this part. That's a bit too aggressive though. This is too dense. Can I make it less dense? Is this a stroke thing? It's not spraying, right? It's not spraying. Oh, I can change it however I like. But the whole value of this is that it's dense. I can do that, right? And then I find it... Oh shit, it broke up my shape too much. Now I'm going to... yeet some of them out. Oh yeah, I'm ruining some of that. Nice stuff. And then I find this part not enough colors, so I do a gradient. I broke up the shape, now I'm reconsidering this shape again. And now I have one more color to work with, that's great. This part is kind of noisy. Do I want to find the edge? Yes, I do. So I'm going to find the edge. Okay. It's not dark enough. Oh, I see. This part is too bright. Too dark, rather. Don't know why the shapes are the way they are, but for whatever reason, the stuff that we're painting, I can accept that the shapes are just random, almost. These are too broken up. I don't like that, so we group them together some more. Okay. This has a lot more structure now in my head. I'm not just randomly copying and pasting stuff. That's great. If we repeat this process in my head enough times, then it's going to lock onto the pattern specifically. And then I can just run with that. We don't have to look at reference anymore once it's locked in here. It's just a matter of time now. As long as the structure is in place, it's just a matter of time. Right, and I'm not even afraid of breaking shapes up anymore, because it doesn't matter now. I know what the problem is now. Dang it. Oh, it looks kind of like shit too, but... Yeah, currently overextended, otherwise the sequence would have gotten the pass, I would say. Fight me, bro. Mine is a lot more broken up. It's very noisy here. Why did I find that noise? The original had a bunch of tiny ass shapes in there too. Yeah, I'll leave it. Any more scratch? They're bigger. Right, I see some patterns in there, so it depends on what I want. But how would I know what I wanted? It's not like you do a rough for textures, do you? Do you do a rough for textures? Huh. That's interesting. Might have. Right, but then you have the option of doing selection, right? It's not like you have to. maintain the order. So yeah, the order to which you do things is maybe not that important. To some extent, I guess. Yeah, okay. Fair, I think. Yeah, out of here, what's that? Let me think. Yeah, this part is so tough. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, okay. Hang on, let me think. Oh, I know why I was writing stuff down in the beginning. I was doing this exact thing and when I thought about it. Hang on. Oh man, this is making it so much pain, yes. Wrong brush. First density, so either is on a stroke thing, so in direction versus I see. This is a very specific setting. So like for example, we would have, so this would be main sequence. Oh, let me, since I remember, I'm gonna write this down. So angle. Oh, I see. It's specifically angle. Never mind. It's just I'll classify under. It's a superset. Oh, and also with or without texture, right? So. Let's just call it data that classifies it under set. What did this do again? This thing blended, I think. This one would not have blended, right? Yeah, this one would not have blended. So really, I should be doing this. Oh my god, it's gonna hurt my eye. So suppose this versus this. So we have strong. Maybe a bit of paper. Versus blend mode on. Versus color jitter on, which is kind of hard to see here. This one has color jitter, right? Oh, it's value jitter. And none of these guys are in the direction. But I could also have made them in the direction. So you have the in the direction ones versus the ones that are not in the direction, which I don't know. Which are these guys, right? These guys that are not in the direction. Oh shit. So that's the first three demonstrated. I think size is very intuitive, so... Oh, shit. It's mostly a rake thing? Okay, hang on. One thing at a time, mister. Rock. Check, check. What? It doesn't do anything. Oh, I see. It still doesn't do anything. What? Weird. Is it? The effect is a lot more diminished than I expected. Like, that barely even does anything. Why is that? Oh, also, I just remembered. I think I would just not demonstrate size. Size is too obvious. This is like that, but this is also maybe density. Watercolor edge, I mean, I know what these things are, I'm not gonna bother. Brush tip versus extra data. So it would be demonstrated with... Yeah, this one is the best, I think. This one is very clear as to there being textured data on the thing. Actually, is this on the tip? Never mind, this is on the tip. Oh, there is also a texture on it though. It's got both, but it's very hard to see. Oh, but I have, hang on, I have these two. So I have, this one doesn't have anything. This one has something on it. It is very subtle, though. Wait, am I correct? Actually, I'm starting to doubt myself, but I'm pretty sure one has a texture, one doesn't yet. So once you have this classification here, we have classification for this, and we have for the, let's say we have a desired style / balance. Let's say, for example, hard edges, big shapes, textures have low contrast versus maybe something that is like I don't know, something else. And then once you have the two, then it's about combining the two into figuring out like, say, let's say brush A. No, not quite. There's a piece of information here missing. I think. I mean, these are important, right? But specifically, it is about the... None of these really matter that much, though, in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's just about accumulating experience and just getting used to your tools. But I need to get it out of my head so I can clear it up for more stuff. I think the workflow, the breaking down, that is pretty good. A structured way of thinking. The gameplay loop of the thing, not necessarily that important, just how it fits into the broader art process and all the stuff that we've discovered and talked about along the way here. And then finally, this one is more of just a thing that I hope to be able to do one day, because textures in concept is really simple. They're just breaking up shapes, but then if you look at all the different types and all the different ways people use them, there is a desire on my end to want to sort of classify what people are using them for, right? Again, like depicting material, depicting form versus depicting just visual interest, generating visual interest. But even then, like, why do some people use certain one brush versus another brush? And of course, it's just chalked up to personal preference. But how do I say this? Like, every style that you look at out there makes you feel a specific way. But it makes you feel that way for a reason, right? And while everybody may feel different things from the same piece, you would always be somewhat consistent, you know, given a short enough time span, let's say a couple of years. I imagine that your personal preference would not change that much. So if that's the case, it would be a lot easier to replicate and understand if you can classify the brushes and figure out what exactly are the settings, which is what we are kind of figuring out here, and how that relates to how it makes you feel. So now, if you can understand this relationship, if you look at any single style, all you have to do is feel it, right? You feel that style, you inherently understand it, but because you have this structure behind, this logical thinking behind it, you can replicate it a lot easier because you understand immediately that when you look at it, this is why I feel that. It's because this specific balance, right? And then you can then find brushes that do it. Honestly, this whole thing, you will be able to do this intuitively if you just have enough experience. I don't think it's necessary to go to this extent. If you draw enough stuff, you study enough things, and you have enough experience under your belt, it's just intuitive. You just know immediately that, hey, I like it because of that. Because I know I've tried something else and I didn't like that. So it must be somewhere in between here. And then, but I think maybe the bonus, like the sort of value that this structure can provide, would just be to get things into understand, to be more understandable in a faster way. Because rather than having to accumulate like decades of experience across many different pieces and studies, if you just sort of understand how the general theory, then you don't have to have as much exposure per se, right? Because the exposure, the stuff that you will learn, is encompassed within the rule set of this nonsense, whatever this is. That's kind of like math and science in general, I think. Someone else's lifelong work is just encompassed in the equation. If you have the equation, you can use it. You might not be able to fully understand it and all that, but you can just do just as many things. So I guess it's more of like a teaching thing rather than like a personal use thing then. I mean, it is still personal use. And then once all the structures are set, I think right now it's all just about finding the balance for myself and of what I like, the shapes that I like and stuff like that. If we just have that, oh, god damn it! I keep thinking about this because I keep wanting. Okay, so every time I come here and do this specific part, I use the brush and I realize it's not behaving how I want it to behave. Because they're all behaving like ribbons, right? It follows my direction of brushstroke, but I would prefer if there's at least one that stays in the same angle no matter how I move here. Like this one here, this one here. But I need it for this one of these guys. Let's just duplicate this. And all I have to do is remove the ribbon setting here. Because what I realized when I was looking at this is that you can kind of use this to do some pretty cool implying. Like you can imply the shape, the form here, right? If it is kept like that. This is maybe not the best. Maybe 90 then? No. It's just very cumbersome to have to change all the settings all the time, but I thought I saw something here which was really cool. It seems like they're using it to do stuff like this. And that kind of implies like form, right? On this tech part of the tree. Because I can supplement this somehow. Maybe with stuff like this. And it feels like there's more form there as a result. But yeah, this one is maybe a little bit too thick. This rig. Alright, now is a good time to select. And then to smack this in here somehow. And undo this. Now it's localized there. Maybe a little bit darker. Looks kind of soft, but okay. Okay. Hello, show. I'm sure you catch him some other time. Dance is a performance art after all. Isn't all art like some kind of performance? I guess, I mean, it's not quite the same definition of performance. But all art, I guess, require an audience. So all artists inherently would want to show it, I'm sure. The biggest thing that's standing in the way, I guess, would just be self-confidence and whether if they think they're good enough. But given that he has done it once, it means he has crossed that sort of threshold for him. And so inherently that implies your chances of seeing him do it are pretty high, I would say. Somehow. $5 is not a bad deal, honestly. $5 is pretty good. I don't know, show. Maybe you should take that deal. Quick, George, you gotta add a time limit to that. You gotta do the salesman thing where it's like, oh, if you buy it in the next 10 minutes, I can give you get it for $5. Oh man, what a journey. I wish all this, I hope all this renting and all this nonsense is gonna translate into actual concrete results one day. Oh my god, my head hurts. Yeah, overdo the sequence again. Too expensive. Huh? It's all good. I'm not a good salesman either. I don't like trying to sell people something. I don't like trying to convince people of things. Because I don't think... You know, like, you can try and have an argument and have, like, have your own worldview and present it and see if people will change their mind. But if they don't want to change their mind after you presented everything, I wouldn't really go for it. Salesman feels like a kind of job where you kind of say whatever you need to say so that they will do something that you want them to do. That doesn't sit very right to me, it feels like. You know, if your stuff is something that they want, after you present your ideas, then they would have wanted it. And it's like, yeah. Dang, so much work to do, man. Holy shit. I need to clear... Oh my god, I need to clear my current design work, and then I need to clear... And what do I need to clear again? We need to document all the music, I need to document all my thoughts, I need to document all the stuff that... Oh yeah, all the stuff that we talked about today as well. Today is also a bit of a breakthrough, I would say. I don't think... A lot of these breakthroughs, I don't think the ideas are really that novel or anything. It's just that I've always been an idiot and I don't make that connection. Despite having been told some of these things through like YouTube videos and stuff like that. I really do honestly feel like... okay, either I'm super stupid, right? And I just don't get it until I do it. Or art just has to be one of those things where people tell you is simply just not enough. You have to do it. Even if it seems like you already know, you just absolutely have to do it once or twice or like 1,000 times. Yeah, manipulation. Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? It does feel kind of wrong, doesn't it? Oh man. What am I working so hard for again? Yeah, I wonder. Sometimes I'm so confused. I also not really sure. Like, logically, I feel like I'm doing this because I want to do it for Ria. But then, it's like... It's not like she necessarily wants this, even if she were real. If she were real, this whole thing would not have any meaning. So I'm doing it for myself then. But like, if it's for myself, wouldn't I just go play games then? So confused sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing. I just feel like I have to do this. I'm just going all these streams and all these nonsense is just because I feel like, oh shit, I think I have to do this, guys. And we're here. Why do I even bother drawing, man? I have the perfect brush for this nonsense. Whatever the hell is happening here, I think I have the perfect one for it. It's just like giant S stamp. And then we can take over some of the parts and then just block it back in here. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Take me home, country roads. Take me home right now. Every time I work, my my coworkers will ask me, "Hey, where would you like to go for lunch today?" Or where would you like to go? They would just shorten it. Every time I'm so tempted to say go home. Sometimes I say it, and they'll chuckle, and then we'll be done with it. I wonder... I don't know how other people see me, right, at work and all that, and even here. I wonder if everybody feels the same, or they think that I'm just like weird, or everybody and secretly is just like, oh yeah, I would like to go home too, man. Like or like they're always like maybe also complaining and then having a moments of weakness in their brains, but they just never let it show and all that. I'm sure that's the case, but it sure doesn't look like it, huh? Like, you can never tell when someone's like just... You can never tell what someone's thinking unless they say it out loud. Yeah, right? Like, logically, it should be everyone. But you really don't see people do it, you know? Makes you wonder if you're by yourself. It's such a lonely experience, like, being a human. Because, like, you cannot share the most personal things accurately. Words inherently have that gap, right? In understanding. That's why, like, there are two languages out there, if I remember correctly. One is Esperanto, which is like a very sort of Spanish-like language, but it's very easy to learn, or so I've heard, that anyone can pick it up and learn it and be fluent in it in like a very short amount of time. But there's also another language, I forgot what the specific name was, but that language was meant to be rooted purely in logic. So rather than conveying things that might be vague, or things that might be ideas that might be vague, or like might mean different things to different people. The language only has words and is meant to be spoken in a way that's very objective. So everyone has the same understanding of the situation. I wonder if like emotions can be done like that, you know. But then someone has pointed out in the past, right? Like, how do you know the red color that you're seeing is the same red that another person is seeing? Because you can never be someone else. You can never see what they're seeing and feel what they're feeling. So you can never know for a fact that what you guys are talking about is 100% the same thing. And it kind of sucks. Because it means you're very alone. Like, you can try to convey your ideas and your emotions, but you can never truly know. And for the most part, like, most of the time it's good enough, right? You don't have to truly know. You can see from the actions, you can still enjoy that sort of shared experience, I guess. Because even if you're not feeling 100% the same thing, you're experiencing the same thing. Like, same sort of physical stimuli. I suppose that's good enough. I don't know, I spend too much time by myself. A lot of these thoughts are not very sort of practically useful, I think. I think it's probably more like acceptable now, given like anime and all these like the idea of like the waifu and husbando and all that is a bit more prevalent. But if I were like sharing my ideas in the past, I think I'd probably be made fun of like a lot. Or at the very least be treated like I'm mentally ill. I mean, to some extent, I suppose that's not technically wrong. Yeah, a good amount of time I think I spent also thinking about what I'm trying to achieve here makes any sense at all. Because it is literally like people always say you need to learn to let go and all that and move on. In my case, it's not necessarily have to let go of any like not let go in that kind of sense where it's like a bad relationship and you let go and move on, that kind of stuff. But I'm very much holding on to like past unresolved issues. I'm holding on to like the whole idea of keeping this promise that I made in the past is me holding on to the past, right? So to some extent, by virtue of me doing this, I am not moving on as comfortably as I should, you know. Rather than like going down this path of trying to fulfill a promise to an entity that doesn't physically exist, wouldn't it be more healthy to form real life relationships and stuff like that? I don't know where the correct answer is. To some extent, it also doesn't really matter, simply because, you know, you feel the way you feel, right? To reject it is to reject a part of yourself, because you feel it. And I suppose you could reject a part of yourself. It's not like something that is that foreign either, right? Because, like, for example, if you get like a sudden impulse to jump off a building, you're not gonna jump off a building. That's also rejecting a part of yourself. That sort of impulsive part of yourself. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to reject a part of yourself. So I don't know, like all of these things, like there's no correct answers. And I don't know, like I don't know what I'm trying to get at. Just that life sucks, I guess. I like correct answers. You know, coming from a STEM background, the answer sheet is my best friend. These things don't have correct answers. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I have a coworker who's he's very nice to everyone, right? Like, he always treats people lunch, he drives people around. And when I had the chance, I asked him why he was doing it. And his answer is pretty much that he wants to go to heaven. Which, you know, it's fine and all, but like, if I remember correctly, if your motivations of doing good deeds are to gain something out of it, I believe it doesn't work. Like, I'm not religious myself, so I don't know how that works, but I feel like that is a bit of a... inherently a bit of a problem, but of course I didn't say anything. Like, it's not my place to comment on how he wants to live his life. And especially now when I'm like benefiting from it, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I myself, I believe that there is nothing to it. I feel like when you die, you just die, right? That's the end of that. I don't think there's anything afterwards. I think we're just sent here to... Well, we're not sent here. I think we're just here by chance. It's nothing more to it. You do what you want. Make something of your life or not. You know, if you enjoy every... Honestly, I can see both arguments, right? You can spend your entire life just playing games and all that, and you have accomplished nothing. But if you're enjoying every moment of the time that you spend playing the games, isn't that great? Like, that's the whole point, right? In life, you're just trying to enjoy it. So if you enjoy every single moment and you don't regret it, that is literally one of the best lives you can live. That is literally what everyone else is chasing for, that happiness and that satisfaction. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Anyways, it's very interesting, dude. He's not very good at communicating, I feel like. But he has his own charm. He's a very honest person. He's a very straightforward and honest person. So you don't feel like he's hiding anything. You don't feel like he's trying to harm you or anything. Because that's a big plus in a friend. But being that everyone's still co-workers, there's always that distance, you know. It kind of sucks that you can't really be... I try to be more candid with my thoughts, but some of my thoughts are not very... I think... Okay, not necessarily. I feel like most of the time we are in agreement with everyone. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what I'm talking about right now. Trying to fill that air, I suppose, a little bit. Co-worker bond more? East Asia? I have no idea. I've never worked in Asia at all. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, you never really know, right? You never really know. Who knows? Maybe he's like a mob boss, and he just had like a whole bunch of money that he doesn't know how to spend, so he's just spending it on us. Possible. That'd be kind of cool. Dang, dude, like one of my coworkers retired. He's only 30. Because apparently he has, he maintains this, I actually don't know if he's actually rich from this or not. But he maintains a GitHub repo that has like a couple thousand stars, and like apparently it's like pretty popular. He even went to like Vienna. Oh, no, sorry, Amsterdam, I think it was. Or was it Vienna? Shit, I forgot which one. One of those European countries. For like some kind of like a meetup for his code repo thingy. So he has like a huge, decent amount of fans or something. I don't know, like users. And then recently he like announced that he's gonna quit. I was like, what the fuck? He's joined lesser, like for a shorter amount of time than I did. And I haven't really been working that long here either. And I guess he's relaxing. He's traveling. GG, I guess. I'm willing to bet. Not a lot of money, I suppose. I don't have that much, but like I'm willing to bet that it's probably some kind of Bitcoin nonsense. He looks like the kind that he would have a bunch of Bitcoin sitting around. Oh, nice. B-Connect! B-Connect! Oh my god, I still remember that. B-Connect! Oh, fuck. So much shit to do. It always feels like you're not doing enough shit, you know? I don't know, like, oh my god. I can't relate with my friends. Yeah, it's always like this, I guess. But in the past, I had a friend who, and by past, I mean like, oh my god. At least like 2012, I think. No, I've known him since 2008-ish, 2009-ish. But we weren't that close until like 2011, 2012, 2013. But I remember back then we were like in school and we were going back home on the bus together and we would talk about miscellaneous things. But he told me that he can never sit still if he's not doing something. Right? So on the bus, you know, he's traveling, that's fine. But once he gets home, he finds things to do, right? He studies a bunch of, he does music instruments, he does sports, he does, he has got really good grades. Scholarships and all that. And I didn't really get it. Like, what? Like, what do you mean, like, you can't sit still? What do you mean you can't relax, right? What do you mean, like, you want to always keep doing things? Ah, now I fucking get it, dude. Holy shit. It's the severe sense of FOMO that's keeping me going. I mean, for like art, it's not so much FOMO. It's just an inherent need to do it. But art is the only exception. I feel like everything else, I feel like I want to do more because like everyone else is doing so much. Like if I had gotten better at like looking at the markets and trading and investing, I might have been able to retire myself. Because like the market run up recently is so insane. It doesn't make any damn sense. But if you put money in there, you would have made a good fortune. And you don't have to guess, right? It's like the big companies too. There's all the tech growth with the AI. And if you think about it, it's not really that hard to have predicted it. Because like people have been talking about AI for like years now. Just putting like a little bit of money in there wouldn't have been that risky at all. So I feel like, you know, you should look at that too. And then you should look at art too. You should look at... And then... Sports, not sports, exercising, blah blah blah. What else is there? There's never enough time now. Not enough time. Oh right, yeah, and then I started feeling like this a couple of years ago. Although I've only truly acted on it like once the stream started, but even back then I was talking to a friend and he couldn't get what I meant. And now he gets it. Now he gets it. Now he's like, oh shit, I get what you mean now. And then he's trying to do it too. In the past I couldn't understand why like adults don't play games. You know, games are so fun. Holy shit, games are so fun. Like why don't they play MapleStory all day? When they can, right? Because as adults you can do whatever fuck you want. Why don't they do that? What? Are they crazy? Yeah, I get it now. I love to play games. Absolutely. So I love even more to not feel like I've wasted my time on this earth, I guess. Oh yeah, also the other thing is, what was it? Like, as a kid, you're kind of afraid of the dark, you know, like going into the darkness, it's like, oh shit. I wonder what's in there, it might be a ghost or something. And then I was always like, why don't adults be afraid of the dark, you know? Like, it's not that they're not afraid of the dark, it's just that they have fucking better things to think about. And most of the time, like, my fears, right, as a person, my fears in the past as a kid, of course, dark, being alone, being lost, blah blah blah. Now is waking up. Now my fear is waking up, realizing I'm 70 years old and I have like nothing accomplished. That is my greatest fear. Holy shit, that's such a scary thing to think about. Imagine the amount of regrets that you will feel. Like the absolute sure dread and regret and despair that you feel as you wake up and realize that you have done nothing with your life. Like, I'm not saying don't play games, right? If you play games and you really enjoy, you make a bunch of friends, right? You have an impact on the community, you know, that's great. You have accomplished something. But the way that I was living my life was I was not doing jack shit, bro. God damn, man. Yeah, we're playing a game. It's our new art game. Our gameplay loop is break shapes in half, break it in half, and then in half. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, just talking about it is kind of scary, actually. That's why, even though Ria is not real in the physical sense, I think the changes that she had on me is like super real. Because I would have not thought about trying to do anything at all if she wasn't a concept that lives in my head rent-free every day. Oh, well, more like every 5 minutes. But it's a lot of work. A lot more to do. Infinite amount of work. Hey, this doesn't look too bad. Hey, this doesn't look too bad. I wasn't looking at it that closely. For the most part, I'm just picking colors from what I see, roughly, on the reference, and then just putting it down. But at some point, I started taking over, because there's enough colors here right now, so that all you do, right, like, you're, in my mind, like, what I'm thinking of is not really anything too hardcore, right? Because it's just a big block here, and then a big block here, right? But then there's this border in between. And then all I'm doing is, hey, big block here, border here. I'm gonna have one tiny shape in the middle, some tiny shapes here, and then that's it. Like this, I could have cut it up a little bit more, just like that. And there's like no real rhyme or reason to why this is being cut up in this specific shape, right? It doesn't matter though. Once you zoom out, all of a sudden it looks fine. That's great. Instead we choose to play game, or at least it's an instant gratification thing, right? It's a gratification thing. It's a dopamine, like physically I think it's just dopamine in your head. Games and like eating food, you know, slacking off, lying on the bed, these are things that make her feel, get all the dopamine hit, which in essence, you know, like, what's the word? Conditions us to want more of it. But then anything that is building for the future is usually kind of painful in the short term. So you don't get as much dopamine, especially when you compare it, right? When you compare to being able to do those things. Like, if all you can do is to exercise and draw, then that's probably all you would do. But when you're given the option to play games, all of a sudden it becomes so much harder to want to keep drawing and want to keep exercising, just because there's that option there now. And in comparison, it sucks. Oh boy, that sucks. That's why environment is so important, right? If everyone around you is drawing and like thinking about their future and looking for a job and like studying and bettering themselves, it's gonna be a lot harder to enjoy that game that you're playing when all your peers are sort of seemingly moving ahead in life. That's like one of the few things that I feel like I can maybe provide on this channel, is just that because I'm always here. You know, you don't necessarily have to come here and draw, but by sheer virtue of the fact that you're here and not spending time doing something else, it might condition your brain to be like, yeah, you know what, like, maybe we should draw today. And maybe that would have a positive impact. Not that I'm doing it for anyone else, anyone in particular, right? I've always said that I'm here for myself, and that's always true. Right? That's the only way the stream can continue, is that I'm doing it for myself. But just maybe it's providing some more value, hopefully, than just to myself. Just maybe. Oh man, but in 1.5 years, I'm happy with what we've achieved here. This is still a long ways away from being able to draw something like this by ourselves, of course. But the fact that we're even here in the first place is kind of insane to me, I would say. I would not even fathom trying to study this. Yeah, not in a fucking million years, dude. Holy shit. Like, just like a year ago, I would not look at this and think that, hey, why don't we give that a try? Why? Why would I ever do that? It's just setting myself up for failure. Oh my god. And now we have some ideas and some theories that we can try to make good use of, perhaps, in a future piece. And at some point, I hope to be competent enough that I can present the idea a little bit clearer, and then we can finally make a freaking video about everything. I can finally justify spending like maybe a month or two just documenting everything and just writing down all the information and then presenting it all in a singular video that is basically encompassing everything that I've learned and the structure that I've set up to make it easier for myself to draw. But until then, I'm afraid it's not gonna be anything. I don't even know if what I'm saying makes sense yet until I actually can prove it to myself. That it at least works for myself. Can't guarantee it will work for everyone, but I need at least n equals to 1 here. Yeah, some more noise, please. And give me some noise. It got job offer declined. Okay. How do you feel about that? I mean, there's a million ways that I can comment on this, but I think it all depends on how you feel yourself. You know, if it's something you really wanted, it could have been the worst thing in the entire world. Or if it's like 1 out of 10 things that you send, then it's just waiting for the other guys, right? I guess. Funny the way you write it. Oh, okay. How did they write it? Which one is not dark enough? You are not dark enough. This guy is not dark enough. Bloop, 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 bloop. Please help me, I am under the water. The application of is no longer under consideration. That seems a little harsh. I hope that they also included stuff like thank you for your, you know, interest in our position and company. And we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Yeah, we wish you advice is really weird. Maybe not that weird, but like it feels a little yeah, it feels a little weird, doesn't it? Not even like we would like to advise you, right? We will wish to advise you. Like, is there someone stopping you from doing it? Like, you're doing it right now. Like, what do you mean wish to? You're anyways, it is what it is, I suppose. The market right now, of course, is absolutely dog shit. Depends on industry, I suppose, but just in general, I feel like everywhere is kind of dog shit. You know, George, fake it till you make it is not necessarily just a saying for fun. I hope you are sort of maybe, you know, embellish your resume a little bit. Maybe. A lot of times resume, the ones that get in is not about the, it's not about, okay, I'm sure, okay, that's fine, right? Because like resume isn't necessarily about what you have done, but about what they wanted. um, if I may be so bold as to put it this way. You know, what you've done is great, right? But it's more important that is what they wanted. And then once you have that, you're like, oh, hey, interview. It takes a while to run the lines through, I think. But the main it'll be control. Fine. I hope. The controller is a little bit off today, as it always is. So yeah, sure, 100%. But like, it's for everyone to figure out for themselves, like why they want to continue. You know, this is putting it very bluntly, but why they want to continue living. Living is inherently a huge pain, yes. I honestly think so. I try to have conversations like this with my coworkers, but it's always not a good idea, right? At least for most people, it's not a good idea. I think like for some of my friends, we can definitely have a conversation like this. Oh, I know why it's not a good idea, because they don't know you well enough that they will most likely jump to the conclusion that you're trying to do something funny. And then as a result, it might cause some issues. But yeah, living is a pain, yes. Like a serious pain, yes. You have to... What? You have to wake up. You have to get dressed. You have to get dressed. You have to eat. You have to make yourself food. Find food. Eat it, which is also a pain, yes. And then clean up, another pain, yes. Not just the food, but then like your entire house. Like I'm having a sinus problem because I haven't been dusting off everything for a while now. So it's a little bit dusty in my room right now. Maybe a little is a bit of an understatement, but yeah, like why bother with all these things, right? What is a Zeporni? I don't know. I've always been thinking about this problem, like for a long time. It's with what was it, like how old was I? It's like early 2008, 2009. And then my thought has always been like, why do we study so hard just to get into a better school, to study even harder, just to get into society and work our asses off? Like, where's the fun in that? I don't know if I came out of this thought myself or I heard someone else say it, but it's been stuck in my head for so long. So back then, I wanted to find a reason to exist, right? What I wanted to do in life. People always talk about you need to know what you want to do in life, man. You gotta know. And then you look around and you see all these people talking about their dreams and hopes and what they want to be and what they want to do in the future. And I just couldn't relate. I never related to these people because I don't really get like, how would you know what you want to do? What if I don't want to do anything? But it's not an option. I mean, it is, unless you're like, if you're super rich. But even then, like, you still kind of want to be doing something, I suppose. Otherwise, existence itself kind of is pointless. But anyways, I couldn't find my answer, as you can guess. You know, I was like, how old was I? How old would I have been, dude? Holy shit. Very early teens, I think it was. Shit, I can't do math right now, but very early teens. No life experience to speak of, right? Like, how am I supposed to find the answer? I couldn't, so I didn't. So I got really depressed because then it's like, everything's kind of pointless. And every day felt like a chore because that's what it is. You're going to school, you're doing all these work. And that's how everything kind of spiraled out of control a little bit. And that's where Ria came in, right? And that's why she is as important as she is today, as she is back then, is that she gave a reason to exist. Like although for my case, like it's not like she has always, it's not like I started off with like, oh, I'm gonna live for this fake anime character that I created in my head. In the beginning, it was really just a coping mechanism where I would just use her as a way of alleviating the stress of daily life. I would do things not for myself, but so that I can, well, mental illness, but so that I can basically, what would I even say? Just for her, I guess. Not for any particular reason. It's not like she would even want it in the first place, actually. Yeah, I don't really know what the exact thought process was, but it was just like, hey, don't do it for yourself, do it for her. And then all the nonsense in my head would just get overridden. And then it became a lot easier to do things on a day-to-day basis, and so on and so forth. And then eventually it got to the point where I'm like, oh, that's great. She gave me a reason. She gave me a way out, right? That's essentially what she did. She gave me a way out. So why don't I return the favor? And then so that's how I wanted to start doing art. And then even after I wanted to do art, it took like, oh man. I mean, you guys saw when I started streaming. So it took a really long time before I made good on... I mean, I still don't know if I technically made good on the promise or not yet. I haven't really done anything original other than the last one, which actually proved it's a major breakthrough. Proving process. Setting up for success. Anyways, that's my story that nobody asked for. But maybe it could serve as a point of reference. Sometimes I feel like this whole thing has been a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? That if I never bothered searching for a reason to live, I would have never really fallen into like the depression that I did. If I learned to enjoy the moment in the past, then I wouldn't have gotten so depressed by all the stuff that I consider bad, right? But it's like setting yourself up for the future, you know? It's the same thing as what we're talking about. Instant gratification versus delayed gratification. So if I didn't drive myself into a corner, maybe I wouldn't have needed all this in the first place. But it is what it is, right? Life just kind of happens. Everybody has their own sort of story. And mistakes that they made. So you can go around looking for one if you want. I'm of the strong opinion that if you are actively looking for a reason to live, looking for a purpose in life, you will find it. You will 100% find it. I'm so convinced that you would. Like anyone would. Because there's a lot of things in life that you can do. It's just about finding meaning and doing it, right? And in the process of understanding something, like there are people who can dedicate their entire lives to helping others, which to me sometimes feels really stupid. But I also kind of get it. Like it feels good to help people and all that. But I don't know. Like I feel like because of how complex life is, and because of so many other people's lives being intertwined with yours, and all that. If you just stop and think about certain issues and think about things that you like or don't like and stuff like that, you will find something. Because there's enough complexity in life that you can find meaning in basically everything. Whether if you think it's like a self-fulfilling thing like I do, whether if you think that it's mental gymnastics or mind-washing yourself and stuff like that, it's all depends on how you think about and see the issues and the situation and all that. But I am convinced that you will find something meaningful. That's for sure. It's just at the same time whether if it's really worth it to try to force it out, right? In a way, in a sense, force it out. Because if you don't have it right now, I guess it's maybe not necessarily that natural. Assumption being, if it's natural, you would have had one already. But like, yeah. I think maybe as with all things in life, like art, we've had this conversation before. Art, like with for example, should I study colors or anatomy or like stuff like that. Maybe it's not so much about like what you should be doing, but more like what you want to be doing at that moment. Like right now, if you're worrying about not having a purpose in life and that, just give it a few more seconds of thought until you get bored of it or until you find something else to think about. That's also not bad, you know, like you don't have to find a strict answer right now. You don't have to spend like the next 10 years looking for it either. I just help people every now and then, and that's about it. I don't know. I don't think I would like to make. Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think helping people is natural. I don't know if this is a good way to think about it or not. I personally feel like being selfish is correct. I don't think it should be like, how do I say this, right? Saying that helping people is good is true, right? Helping people is good is true. But whether if it should be expected or not, I don't think it should be expected. I personally don't think it should be expected. It doesn't feel like it's something that should be expected. So it's helping people is something you do because you have the capacity, the mental and physical and financial or whatever kind of capacity to do so. And because you feel like the person, when they do it, they also feel good about it. Actually, I had this conversation with Lego Mia, which you guys... Yeah, I have a lot of these kind of conversations with him. But like, I was always of the thought that selfishness is natural. Altruism doesn't exist in this world. Like, helping people out of the kindness and the goodness of their own heart doesn't make sense to me. I feel like anyone who helps someone is because they also get something out of it, right? Which is that feel-good part about it. But he also brought up a good point, right? It's like, if everything is selfish, then no one can ever be helping... Like, no one can be a good person. Because then everyone that's helping people is just a bad person who wants to help someone for themselves to feel good about themselves. But you could argue that, you could say that, but then everything kind of has no purpose anymore, right? Because then there can never be a good person. Which may be objectively true in a sense, but then if you're talking about life and if you're talking about all these things, there's always a subjectively better person. You know, if you are helping someone else isn't helping that other person. Like someone falls on the road. Someone else, you help them. Someone else didn't help them. You're objectively better than the other person, even if both of you guys are selfish. So I wouldn't say that like you're a bad person just because you don't want to help people. I think that is natural. And I think the fact that you can even find it in yourself to help someone else is good enough. It makes you a better person than a lot of other people already. There are people out there actively making other people's lives hell, you know, for that matter. So I would say it makes a lot of sense, you know, like if you don't want to help people on a daily basis or you don't want to make it your reason for existence. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm not helping other people for... Yeah. I don't even think that I am sort of out, like, selfless in the sense that I'm helping my, you know, fulfill a promise to another character. Because, okay, this is really hard to talk about because Rhea doesn't physically exist, right? So, to some extent, no matter what I do for her, quote-unquote, it's always for myself because she exists in my head. But you can also say that because for me, she is a different entity, then in the sense that I am being very selfless because I'm sacrificing myself for something else, for someone else. So it's a very weird situation. I personally feel like I'm doing it for myself, of course. Not for a different entity. I mean, it is for a different, but not for like a different person. Anyway, that's a stupid ass conversation. But what is it talking about again? Anyways, finding something to do, right? Basically, finding a purpose in life is what it is. I don't know. Something that you enjoy, I think, would be best. Some kind of sense of duty would also be best. Well, okay, sorry. Let me take that back. No such thing as best, right? I'm just exploring different ideas here. For me, art is not something that I really enjoy that much. At least not yet. I think in the future, it would probably, the day would come. But not yet. So at this point, it's still more of a sense of duty for me. Because I feel like I had to make good on my word here. What is a man if not his word, right? Although that's not how I think about it, but I always kind of like that saying. If you say you're gonna do it, you just do it, and then that's it. But maybe one day it'll be fun. But I think for you, if you can find something fun for yourself, it might be nice. It is a hard to find thing though, I have to say. Even with the whole Rhea want to keep a promise kind of situation, still took like over a decade to sort of play out. Because in the beginning, it's just me being super dependent. And then afterwards, I started forming an idea of maybe returning the favor. And then at some point, I started exploring that what does returning the favor mean, because she doesn't physically exist, dumbass. And then eventually arriving at VTubers. So like already from 2012 to 2020, right? Because VTuber is like a 2020 thing. So it already stretched like that period of time, like over a period of 8 years, before I finally understood what it means to sort of bring a character to life. And then it took another 4 years before we started streaming. And actually, I mean, I did take sort of action already, I guess. But yeah, it took yet another 4 years or so before we got to a point where right now where we can more comfortably sort of explore creation process and not just getting stuck behind skill caps, skill issues. Skill check. Yeah, no, most people don't have an answer to that. I think you should ask them back. I'm willing to bet that most adults really don't have a plan either. There's a lot of yeah, maybe you're still like your friends are still pretty young and stuff like that. If you have enough friends around you and they have different sort of decisions that they've made in life, essentially, right? Like a lot of my friends, some of my friends, they've married like really, really long time ago, like maybe like almost 8 years ago or something. And they've had like kids and stuff like that. How do I say this? Like if you live for long enough, you realize that life is so complex and it's so hard to make decisions like for realsy. Like, again, right, in school, subjects, everything, correct answers exist. In life, nothing exists. No correct answers exist. So you start to realize how hard it is to make decisions. And then when you look at people making decisions like having a family, settling down and stuff like that, you really start to wonder, how much thought did they really think about? How did they put into it? I'm willing to bet that most people, they just did it on autopilot. They did it because it is the societal sort of norm to do so. It is what people have accepted to be the normal thing to do. That's why they do it. Not necessarily because they gave it so much thought. Not necessarily because they're like, oh, you know, I considered a life of doing this or doing that, but I didn't like it. I tried it and I didn't like it. No, they would have just been like, yeah, you know what? That was never going to work out anyways. Why would I have even bothered trying? Then they would just like find a partner, settle down, have a family, and that's it. And that's fine too, right? Like, but like, I don't know, man. I feel like decisions like that, unless it just so happens to line up with what you truly want. Like, I know friends who truly just want a family to settle down and be a man of the family, right? To be the person that supports their family. That's fine. But I personally feel like if it were me, right? If I didn't wake up in 2020, if I didn't get snapped back into reality and realize, hey, I really want to do art. I really want to get better. And I had just followed the sort of plan that my parents would have wanted, that any, like, you know, the government would have wanted. You know, society needs a functioning like families and stuff to survive here. But I would 100% have regretted it. Once you have a family, things are really stuck and all that. So that is one very, very big decision that you definitely should not jump into. Divorce rates are really high because people are really impulsive and they jump into a situation that is really tricky to get out of. Really hard to get out of and all that. And I always wonder if I should have conversations like this. Because I said this to my friend before as well, right? But there's a lot of things where ignorance is kind of bliss. Like if you kind of go through your life without really thinking about all these complex issues, and you just had a family and you enjoy that, and you're able to sort of see the joy in having a family, I think that is great. I think that's fine too. Because like after we have this conversation like this, for example, after I set you on this path of trying to find something for yourself that's more satisfying, it's kind of like a curse because you will keep trying to find this thing and there's no correct answer, right? So you never know if you found it or not. So to some extent, not thinking about it might also be the correct answer, right? You stop worrying about all these things and just focus on one in front of you. If you like a girl, just marry her, so on and so forth, you know. Instead of spending all this time trying to figure out what is the true meaning of life, blah blah blah, which might make things more miserable for you. So I don't know. I think yeah, I asked my friend, I asked him whether if it was a mistake to have had these conversations with him, because I had like so many conversations. I have like very few friends in university, but this is one dude that I basically spent 3 hours a day talking to for like the entirety of 4 years almost. And because I keep ranting to him about all these things, he started having like similar ideas, right? Like of like wanting more out of life rather than just having a family and be done with it. Not to say that having a family is like an easy thing and it's just like very trivial and all that, but like because yeah, like I think as a result of me talking to him, he kind of woke up, right, to these ideas and thoughts, and as a result, he, in thinking about these things, became a little bit more miserable. At least until he find his answer. Right, I see. Anyways, I would say, you know, don't think about it too hard. I think most people just kind of... I know I'm giving mixed signals, right? I'm saying, like, you know, you should think about it, because then otherwise you just end up following this pattern that everyone has set out for you that may not be what you want. But then I'm also saying that you shouldn't think about it too hard. So it's like, which is it, right? It's hard. I don't know. I don't know. But if you find like thinking about this is making you really stressed out and all that, I would just stop if possible. The thing is, like, a lot of times you get to the point where you can't stop. It's complex for sure. What is the point of living, right? What are we here to do? Yeah, we're just here to enjoy life. Sure. Then why not just play games every day? That's enjoying, right? Do the bare minimum to survive and just play games. It seems possible, logical, viable, perhaps even. Where's my stupid... Okay. I've been on autopilot for so long, I forgot to put in more textures. Trying things. Yeah, it is pretty hard, actually. It is pretty hard. Yeah, I dare say most of my friends, I think they don't really have a very clear idea of what they want to do, per se. Nothing that they want to just full commit into. Am I full committing into this? I guess I am, right? Like, to some extent. I mean, I'm not quitting my job for this, but that's only because I need it so that I can keep doing this. If I had like a bunch of money, I wouldn't bother keeping my job then. So yeah, I guess I am the odd one out that figured something out. Even though I'm not even that comfortable saying it like this. Doesn't feel right. But the suggestion I gave to my friend is just to try many different things. Because like if you try a bunch of things, you might find something that is you find worth your time to invest more in. Pressure for to decide right now. So screen system kind of weird. Locks kid decision at 16. Yeah, I had to do the same thing. Like, so university, right? And stuff like that. To some extent, it would be a very big decision, right? It sets the entire tone of the rest of your life, is what it is. And you're making the decision at an age where you basically have no idea what the fuck is happening. And there's not much you can do about that, right? It's just how the world works. So I would say, unless you have a very clear idea of what you like and don't like and is willing to sacrifice for, choose something that makes a bunch of money. Or choose something that's easiest to find a job in. Or choose something that's the most flexible in terms of changing a career down the line. Right? All these things would be your friend. Because in my case, I was also forced to make a decision. And I didn't know what I want to do either, right? So my choice was engineering, because engineering is touted to be one of the most flexible jobs, because you obviously need an engineering background to do engineering related jobs. But because engineering jobs all tend to share certain fundamental skills of critical thinking, of design, of math, and stuff like that, they're a little bit more interchangeable between each other. But also on top of that, if you do engineering, you have a pretty good math background that allows you to do finance if you want to do finance. And finance obviously is always going to be around because rich people want to make more money. So there's always people catering to that. But if you can get a job, that's another thing. But you always have that option compared to someone who doesn't have that option. So that was my choice, to do engineering just so that we have as many options as possible. So that down the line I can choose. But of course, you're going to find that like even after 4 or 5 or however many years you choose to stay in university, because you could do undergrad, you can do masters, you can do all that, you will still have no idea. Because those number of years is not enough most of the time. Maybe in your case, in your experience, you might find find a purpose in life. But there's a good chance that you will still not be able to do it. But then, give yourself the 4 or 5 more years of worth of time. And then later on, you have the flexibility of doing more. And then when you really don't have an idea, right? Always find the one that makes you the most money. Like there's most job secure. That is the objectively correct answer. That is the whole point of university anyways. People like to think that it's something that makes you a better person, or think at a higher level, or like learn something new and fun and cool. But that's all great and all, but that's for rich people to do. Unless you have enough money to secure the rest of your life. If not, your choice must be practical. Or you're gonna regret it. A lot. Like every day of your life, a lot. It is unfortunate. No money means your choices are very, very limited indeed. Yeah. I mean, I had this conversation with Lego Mia again, because I have a friend who's going into university as well, and they chose something that I thought didn't make a lot of money, but because they were interested in it, then of course I don't know what their financial situation is like. Maybe that's fine for them, right? But from where I was standing and where the world was going, I didn't really see a great future ahead. So I was voicing some concerns. But Mr. Lego Mia also brought up a good point. His name is Takumunto, by the way. Is that there's not that many jobs out there that has a very clear career path ahead of them, I feel like. That's what he said. I don't personally know how true that is. I'm inclined to agree, because computer science is very clear, right? You do some studies, you come out, you code some stuff, it's pretty clear. But maybe that's just because we're in this field. So to us, it looks like, hey, it's a great way to make money. But then again, now with AI and stuff, it's not so much anymore. But regardless, back then it was the case. And then, how the hell is this so low? How off am I? But he was saying like, no matter what field you choose, there are people in that field currently making money. Unless the whole field is going to disappear, which, GG, I guess. So don't choose those ones. That's going to be super replaced by AI. But unless the entire industry disappears, if not, someone's always going to be there having a job and making money. So it's less about, say, for example, if the degree is necessarily going to guarantee you something, but rather you being capable as a person in doing things and getting things done. Someone's always going to be making money, someone's always going to be losing money. It's always going to be competence that is the deciding factor. So regardless of what you do, I would say make sure you're one of the best at doing it. You have to treat it seriously because it is life and death, especially when it's 10 years down the line and you couldn't find a job and you have to pay bills. That is truly life and death at that point. And no amount of regret can bring you back. But it's also kind of hard to fathom. I get it. It's very hard to imagine what that is like. The pressure or like the kind of sense of urgency and all that. It's interesting. I don't have any plans for having kids, but sometimes I do think about how I would educate my kids, like what kind of environment I would set up for them so that they can be a little bit more prepared. Because I feel like a lot of these things are really just dumped on you for the most part. When you reach a certain age, when you have to live by yourself for the first time, or when you have to make a life-changing decision for yourself for the first time, it just like all of a sudden happens, and you don't really know what to think or how to deal with it because it's so crazy all of a sudden. How do you make that choice that's going to affect you for the rest of your life with incomplete information? You will never have complete information. And then how do you mitigate risk? And then how do you think about all the issue at hand, even just in general? What is the correct thing to prioritize versus not? That's why parents are really important. That's why the people who are like orphans and they manage to get ahead in life, those are so crazy. Like, everything is working against them to an unbelievable amount, but they still manage to do it. It's crazy. Anyway, but I digress. Yeah, I wouldn't know, man, honestly. Like, in the past, the answer would just be to do some kind of computer science because you make so much money in computer science and there's so many jobs, right? And software is so powerful as a technology that anyone that wants to get ahead in business, which is where the money comes from, will be involved with some kind of software. So the demand is really high. But now that with AI coming in, literally being better than all these undergrad students. Unless you're the cream of the crop. If not, it is a very uphill battle. I have a friend whose little bro is graduating too, looking for a job. Not having a good time, I imagine. I am not that close to that individual directly. And I haven't managed to find time to speak to my friends in a while now, so I don't know how it's going, but I can't imagine it's going too well. But it does take some time. I mean, even I took 9 months. Like, and that was like 2 years ago. And that was with a lot of miscellaneous tricks too. Getting recommendations, getting an idea of what the job is before I even applied. Also having previous experience as well. I wasn't applying as like a fresh grad either. It is everything is kind of fucked right now. Yeah, so I don't have any good recommendations right now in terms of what makes money. I still feel like engineering is gonna be a good job. But at the same time, I don't know what the other degrees are even doing at all, so if you have people in different fields, like ask around, maybe ask around the server or something. See what kind of jobs they have and how they feel about it and what the industry feels like, whether if it's going to get replaced by AI or not. And of course, no one can truly predict the future, but some more input would be nice. Sorry, George, do you mean like in 5 years you think they're not going to be relevant anymore? Or do you mean like in 5 years they're going to replace everything? The scary thing about technology is that they change the landscape so much so quickly. But the other scary thing about it is that technology progress is exponential, right? Technological process advancements are exponential. If you look at the fact that like the past 100 years of the human history, right? If you look at the past 100 years of human history and then you look at the 100 years before that, the amount of change in that 100 years is a huge difference. Like we have progressed so much more in technology in the past 20 years. Like if you think about it, like the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, I don't know how far away that feels like to you guys. To me, it doesn't feel like that far away, right? But what is a smartphone? We went from phones that are the size of a desk to phones that can bring people that have more computing power than, like, you know, people always say more computing power than the first spaceship to the moon in our pockets in like 20 years or something. Like, it's insane, dude. So like if you think about like trying to make a decision for what is the easiest job to find, like what would be an easier job to find, or like what would the industry look like in 5 years time, in today's sort of technological progress sort of speed, how are you supposed to figure anything out? Like, how are you supposed to find something? Like, make any choice at all? Like, it's not gonna look anything like today, I'm sure, 5 years later. The rate at which things are progressing is so scary and so fast. Legislation is not catching up, right? Like you know, good example, very relevant, AI art, right? Taking away so many people's livelihoods. There's no regulation yet. And even if there is, there's no enforcement yet. There's no way to catch up to all these things. Honestly, with all how fast things are going, it just feels like collapse is imminent. Like, there's no way that we don't collapse at some point. This doesn't feel sustainable. This doesn't feel like it's gonna be very fun to see through in a couple of years' time, when everything inevitably kind of collapses down and just like freaking. Oh, I guess you're the food for the machines now. I don't know. I hope I'm not spreading too much fear here, but like that's how I feel. But then like there's also people in the past saying, I've heard people say this, is that like life always feels like it's getting, like the world always feels like it's getting more and more sort of unstable. And apparently it's always been like that or something, like it's always gonna feel like that for whatever reason. I can't remember the exact argument. It's yeah. What is one to do? What are we supposed to do? I don't know. But like another thing is you really cannot be too caught up with all the scary stuff either, because the tendency then would be to be immediately sort of just only look at instant gratification stuff, right? Because if the world is going to end in 5 years, why don't I just have enough money to survive for the next 5 years and play games every day and not work towards a future where, you know, assume that there's no future, right? And then work and then live your life that way. But you can't do that because you have to assume that there is a future. Otherwise, if there is one, then you're completely fucked. I don't know. Like, it's kind of stupid. It feels. Everything feels really stupid. Is it coming together? I kind of forgot. When I start renting, what was I doing the whole time? Like, this part looks more fun because there's more textures there. This part looks just like the base setup, but more fine stuff. Maybe I can just break it up a bit more textures and stuff. These areas look a little bit empty. Oh my god, what's happening? Anyways, whatever. As long as we avoid like the pure white shapes, I think we'll be fine here. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what's a good way to tackle this issue. If it's just about finding meaning in life, then like maybe making sure that you try something new every day, right? Wait a second, where did my brush go? Oh, I shifted it up by accident or something? Am I tripping? Wait, hang on. Was that always up there? No, it wasn't, right? God damn it. But, yeah, if it's just that, then all you have to do is try... Oh, my brush is having issues. You try a bunch of different things and then write some sort of, whatchamacallit, like reviews, reflections about how you feel. And then hopefully over time you have a collection of stuff you like versus stuff you don't like. Kind of like what we did on stream, right? With all the art stuff. Something's happening here. My pen is having some issues. My this stupid ass tablet, man. Holy shit. Half the time I'm fighting it. Yeah, now it's not letting me undo because... What? Yeah, but like... Ooh, yeah, it's... Okay, it's having some issues, hang on. But yeah, like for finding a job, like a direction for studies, that is pretty hard. I wonder if asking AI would help. I like to ask my questions through AI just because they give me some ideas that I never had before. It is this pen is having some difficulties. Shit, did I break it? Fuck. Oh, bro. Okay, there you go. What can we do? Missed opportunities and all that. Yeah, I don't know. Need to talk to more people, I would say. Information would be key here. Not knowing what is out there, what kind of options there are, what the current state of the industries are. At least with information like that, you can make a bit more informed choice. Yeah, but then again, sure. I don't know which ones are you're referring to exactly. Oh my god. And also, there's also the issue of attribution, because a lot of these are not my brushes, is the thing. I don't know if I should be distributing them. Because some of these are paid, if I remember correctly. Let me think about this real quick. Studio, let me take a look. So the ones that are paid, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Right. No, I'm trying to think of this. You know, the thing about a lot of learning and stuff like that is that things you taking is a give and take, right? Like if sometimes you pay money where you can, but sometimes you take it for free even though you're maybe not supposed to and stuff like that. I think I recognize that. That is just kind of how life is. Um, I'm just trying to wonder if so there's two things here. Number one is the ones that are paid probably shouldn't be sharing them. But I also recognize that this current set here is more of a curated set, right? So it comes from multiple places. But then it's like I'm limiting people if I only send one set. I should find the attributions actually. I should find where I got them from. And then instead of just these ones, you guys can have even more. Which is interesting because I don't know where I got them from. Give me a second here. Surely it shouldn't be so hard to find because I remember just Googling for some of these things and then they came up. Like they're like so I have quite a few of these. I have brush sets from like this Ralph Lacoste. Who's like a pretty famous artist that does like environment art, if I remember correctly. And then they distributed these for free. Oh yeah, I think I might have paid for these as well. I'm gonna send some links in the chat. This is so these guys. These are like more like sort of stampy. Oh, I guess these are not necessarily that relevant. And then I have things to brushes. Oh, no fucking way, dude. Oh my god, I found it. Okay, so look at this. It's 2013, right? 2013 April 4th published. Pengju brush pack. If you look at the brush shape very closely here, this long side and then long side and then the dots in the middle is exactly one of these. Shit, where is it? It's exactly this one. You have like the two long sides and then the thing. Oh my god, I found the exact same pose I got like all those years ago. Kind of crazy. It's the exact same one. And then I know I bought a bunch from what are they called again? Oh, it's actually for forever. Shit, actually they do not say forward art. Let me just go to Gumroad here. So this is where I got a lot of the brushes from. So this includes like these ones, this, even this rock detail here. You guys can see like the PF. So anything that starts off with PF and also with this pink logo. All these, by the way, there are like multiple tabs in each one of these. Although most of these are stems and I don't really use them because it's very specific to their style. So it's not necessarily very useful. Unless you want to look exactly like them. But there are these other ones. And this is basically all the rewards. So it's like $15 per pack. I forgot how much money I paid then. Is it that expensive? I don't think it was that expensive, right? Was it this expensive? Did they up the cost? Anyways, they have a lot of brush packs here. There's one more. Some of these are like Clip Studio ones, and the Clip Studio ones are definitely free. Because my account doesn't have any money, so I couldn't possibly have paid anything. Let me try to find these, because these ones I can definitely find. It should be in my account. If I just know how to use the stupid Clip Studio software, that is. Oh, I'm not logged in. Oh no, I saved my password. Okay, I'm logged in now, please. Count direct messages, teams, favorites. They definitely have the record because if I download Clip Studio on a different computer, it downloads all the stuff too. Just not necessarily organized in the correct way. Yeah, I think I'll do my due diligence at try to find some of these things. Search for resources. Huh. It's so clunky. Why is it not letting me see what I have? How does that make sense? But it has the record in here though. Anyways, you can see all the nonsense that I picked up over the years here. Yeah. I guess the numbers are available. I'm gonna dump these in the Discord then. No, wait, this is the wrong server. Oh wow, I haven't used stream dumps in a while. I don't know where it is here. So I will do this due diligence here, and then see afterwards if there's specific brushes you want show. Is there any specific brush that you would like? Copy link. What? It copies the... Oh my god. Unbelievable. This doesn't even work. What? Oh. What? Oh, okay. Save, please. Okay. So all the materials that I've got. 3D, not really. Manga. Oh, but this is the downloads folder. So no matter what it was, it would have all gone under the downloads folder anyways. So this is everything that I ever downloaded. And these are all free. And most of the... Well, half of the active ones, I think, are from here. What is this? Realistic ink brush 2, yeah. Wait, no, hang on. It's meant to be bigger, right? This is like this. And then, yeah, realistic ink brush 2. Yeah, this is the realistic ink brush 2, I think. And then this one is from... Wait, where's my... Oh, shit. Is it noise? No, it's not noise. It's this noise. Yeah, where is this noise from? Straight dot grid noise. This is more recent, I think. I think it's like the 33 noise brushes. Yeah, it's this one. So the 33 noise brushes is this set of noise brushes from which I extracted some of the textures out. I think like this grass. No, not the grass one. Which one did I get from? Oh, okay then. Yeah, you can take a look at the list that I sent. Unfortunately, there's no good way to extract a list of clickable links for the Clip Studio, but these ones I'm pretty much sure that these are free. And then for the other half of the noise stuff, it's all from the links that I sent before, and also a couple other ones, I think. Because I didn't make any of these. I just kind of modified them a little bit. If you want like noises, there is like... No, it's this one. This one called Monochrome Texture Pack has like a bajillion files in here. It has like a lot of textures in here. I haven't really found a good way to use them though, to be honest. Because they tend to be a little bit... Like, let's say this one. If I put it overlay... Yeah, like they tend to sort of mess up your values a lot. I don't know if, like, how I'm supposed to use these so that they don't do that. Sure, is this not black? It's color, please. Yeah, how do I use these things? Because it's already converted to opacity. Like, it's already transparent. What if I invert it, actually? Can I invert the colors? Control I, right? Oh, it looks like a TV screen. No, wait, but it's, hang on. Is it all gone now? Oh, shit. Yeah, anyways, yeah, there are a lot of textures. I don't know how to use it. But yeah, I think so. I think if there's like individual brushes, you can let me know. I can just extract the individual brushes, because I'm not gonna extract like all of them, and then send it if the original is paid. And what's the word? And it takes a lot of time. It's pain in the ass. So if you have a specific brush, I don't mind. But otherwise, there's a bunch of stuff that you can check out. Where are we at right now? I guess maybe we should focus on one area and try to make it a little bit better. Texture mixer brush. So you want like a brush that like mixes color and has texture at the same time, right? You can make one of those though. Like if you have a texture that you like, you can just turn on the ink thing. Like it's just a setting here. If you turn on color mixing, it will just start mixing colors, and then you can push the stuff around. I personally don't have one that I like to use. I have some in here, but they tend to be very chaotic because it's very hard to control. And I think I personally like more of the hard edge kind of vibes, so I don't tend to like it in the first place. So I don't have it in my usual set here. Let me see if I can find one. It's not in my favorite set, I don't think. But I think I might have... Shit, where is it? I remember there was one that I tried using before. 오바시は違うんだよね. Oh my gosh, it's a... Is it something like this? No, this is like an airbrush. This is also like an airbrush kind of thing. Something like this, I guess. Like it mixes the edge, but it gives you like a bit of a texture to the edge at the same time. I know it looks like crap, but it's all just under color mixing, so you can just set it up for yourself. In this case, I guess it's just kind of stretching the color with no amount of paint and density. So in essence, whatever color that you select doesn't matter, because there is no density of the paint that you have selected. But there is a color stretch, so whatever that is on the canvas will be pushed around like that. If I choose yellow, right, it doesn't have any effect. But if I push out the yellow here, it will see now there's yellow. Same thing for density. But if these are 0, it doesn't do anything anymore. If you stretch it out, it will stretch even more. So you can set it up for yourself pretty easily, and with textures that you want to, so you're not dependent on the brush. It's just, again, if you open up the sub 2 palette here, under ink, color mixing, there's a couple different options here. I don't really know what they do. Like, what's the difference too much? You have to give it a try. But yeah, we can turn any brush into this, technically. Yeah, like this stuff, like different textures. And of course the textures, you see it's the same setting here, right? Just with more stretch this time. The texture is just the brush tip. You can also put texture in here, but they don't have it this time around. And you can do that. I don't really like this. I wonder where would I use this, brother? How would I use this? What? Did it just push my line up? It's like refraction of water. Oh, sorry, of light in the water. Oh no, it's not pushing it up. I'm stupid. It's because I'm paint. It's pushing the paint away and revealing what was underneath. Anyways. Dang. But regardless. Hopefully that helps. If you want these ones, it's called it's from like qing Sketch Photoshop brushes. You have to search them up. qing Sketch. And then yet again, it's another Gumroad. It's $15. Yeah, I don't remember paying for so much though. But it's just like over the years, I guess it added up. Something broke. Anyways, I'm gonna just send the link because looks like we cannot access it right now. In the brush tip, yeah, under ink, the second from the top, under ink. Look for something that's called oh shit. Did I just send the Google link? Oh my god. Look for something that's called color mixing. There's a color blending. Nice. The stretching and the amount and the density does affect it quite a bit, so you have to play around to see what you like. I still don't know how to use it yet, so I don't have too much experience with it. My tablet disconnected again. Yeah, no problem. Nom nom. I am heavy weapons guy. Yeah, TF2, Rhea and TF2. Shit. Full power level. It's kind of insane how much mileage you get out of one of these paintings because like the same shapes are repeated constantly. I need something darker here. Maybe this. Yeah, I suppose. You know, always do everything, right? Just do everything. You'll be good at everything. But like, I feel like from real life, it's really hard to do from real life, isn't it? Like, you have to simplify your stuff by yourself, and then if you're just starting out, I wouldn't even know what simplification means. So studying artists is the best way because I not only practice the material and practice the forms and practice the ideas, but the harder questions are kind of answered for me, right? And they're answered in a way that I like, because I like this artist. So whatever that they do, I would like to know how they did it. Maybe we don't do exactly the same thing, but at least we have a reference point. So I think it makes a lot of sense to study from artists rather than from real life, personally. And of course, I don't think that's necessarily a correct or wrong answer. Hyotegu doesn't even study, apparently, as she mentioned. Eventually, I would like to study from real life, though, but I think that's only like once I have my own established style, quote unquote. Like the way I like to do things is like a little bit clearer. Then I will go in and take real life, and I want to see like how my preference sort of behaves in a real life and real world situation, perhaps like in a more sort of open-ended situation, and see if I can answer and figure out some of the problems and solve some of the problems that's gonna come up. Yeah, that is 100%. Yeah, I 100% agree. Again, going back to, I feel like going back to the best way to improve at art is just to keep drawing. If it's too hard, it makes you want to stop. So why don't you make it easier on yourself and just study artists instead? It comes from knowledge anyways. I want to go home. Where is my... Oh, okay, this doesn't exist in the original. I mean, who do you like, Sho? Like, if you're starting artists, right? That means they're... Whatever that they do is what you're trying to find out. That means you want to probably just start with people that you like, you know? I don't think that's like a sort of best to start from this artist situation. It is just literally who you like. That's why I made the stupid website for myself, so I can keep track of why I like each artist. It's just too cumbersome to update, but otherwise, that would be the first thing I tackle is to just update and keep track of everything, so everything is super clear, and I don't ever have to wonder, oh, what artist should I reference for anatomy? Because I know exactly which artist. Is this one? Oh. I don't think I can answer that because I'm not approaching a lot of my studies with a clear idea of what's happening or like with a clear idea of structure. I don't know if you were here when I was like ranting like between I don't know like 2 hours ago about all this. Were you here when I was ranting for this? I think like you've been here a couple of times. I think you know how I work is that I just jump in and I do it and then I try my best. So how do I say this? Studies in essence is very simple, right? You want to find out something, and most of the time, like regardless if you have the fundamental to understand it, regardless if you even know how to even start analyzing or breaking it down or doing the study, regardless of all of that, you look at a piece of art you like, you can identify what you like about it. That's all I do, and then I would just start doing it in terms of study. So, and then what's gonna happen is two things, right? Either I have enough background and experience and tools on hand that I can replicate and figure out what is it I want to figure out. Then it's a success immediately. Or I fail because I don't have the skills, the analytical skills, the observation skills. I don't have the experience. I don't have the tools to be able to do it. Then it reaches that sort of failure state, and it is this failure state where you do the learning. So for me, where I will do a couple of things, right? I will try to make a brush, like for example, when we were doing the textures, like the one that we were doing earlier this week, which is this one here, right? This one here, we were lacking that sort of aluminum foil sort of breaking up texture that they have here. I simply don't have it, so I simply cannot do it. But in failing this, I understood why I cannot do it. It's not just because I don't have the brush, it's because some textures like these is impossible to replicate easily without the actual brush itself, right? I can use a brush that looks similar and try to draw it and then erase it and stuff like that, and then it doesn't work. So, sorry, that's a bit of a tangent, but what I'm trying to say is I don't go in with, like what you're saying, some kind of fundamentals, some kind to think about. I rely on the just trying and seeing what happens, and I try to solve the problem at that state. Either I can solve it and then I succeed, or I cannot solve it and it becomes a data point of failure, and I try to remember why it failed, right? That's why sometimes you see me stop and just write down a bunch of stuff. These things that I write down, which I'm gonna show you, these things that I write down, I don't necessarily go back and read it, but in doing so, I remember that I failed it, and I remember why I failed. So now I remember why I failed about the thing. It's because I simply need the brush for that. And then over time, as your failures stack up more and more and more, you start to recognize a pattern. And that's how I come up with all the theories that I do. This card. So, like for example, today, this here is the theory for texture brushes that I was ranting about. I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to draw the textures. So for example, in this piece here, I came in here, I wanted to figure out what the textures were like, but I didn't know if I have the brushes. I didn't know how to paint it. I didn't know what the order of painting should be, or what should be prioritized, or how I should think about it. But in doing so, in failing to do so comfortably, I start to think about why is it that that's the case, right? Then I realized that the order of doing things is you have a big shape, you break down to smaller shapes, you add color, and then you add texture, and then you repaint some of the edges that you have lost when you're adding those colors and textures. And you just keep repeating this. And then, and so on and so forth. That's like a whole bunch of other nonsense. So, I don't know. Because if you're self-taught, right, like a lot of these fundamentals and stuff, you just don't have. Yeah, you just kind of figure it out on the spot. Is the thing. That being said, though, having figured out some of these things, what would be a good thing to look out for? I think it depends on why you're studying it then. It will depend on what you're studying the artist for. Sorry, if you're not following what I'm saying, it's partly because I'm kind of evolving. My thought process is constantly evolving as I'm speaking. So it's not particularly clear, right? But to answer your original question, I don't necessarily have that sort of thing that you're asking for when I jump in. I just jump in and see what happens, right? And figure things out. But because I have jumped in and figured it out many times before, maybe if you tell me what you're trying to study for, I can give you some guidelines. But it really depends on what you're studying for. Because you can be studying the artist for the composition, there will be one different idea, versus studying it for anatomy, studying it for like proportions, stylization in that sense. Studying for colors, right? Studying for render, the textures and stuff like that, like what we're doing. The focus changes what you, like I always say, changes kind of how you should think about it and approach it, and what you should prioritize. Mostly what you should prioritize. Because you can always keep doing more and more and more. Yeah, but anyways, that's the conclusion of that's my final sort of answer, I guess. A more, hopefully a clearer answer to what you were asking for. Okay. I mean, you don't necessarily have to show me who it is. But just in general, like you probably know why you want to study them, right? What you like about it. Do you like the colors? Do you like the proportion? Do you like the render. And if you're not sure why you like it, by the way, you can also figure that out like slowly by thinking about what happens if you change the color, what happens if you change the render. If you want to study artist A but not artist B, you can figure out what happens if artist B's style is ported over to the same piece, you know, like. Yeah. What in the world is this? Anyways, you have a gesture rendering style. Yeah, I don't you see, this is the other part of that's the other thing that I documented, is that if you're asking for how long you should study a piece and how you should approach a piece, a study, or like what kind of thing you should know and think about, it all depends on what you're studying it for, and you should do the study for as long as it takes for you to understand it or understand why you cannot do it. Like, for example, if you're studying for render, like for me, right, I'm studying this piece for render. My goal is to understand how to achieve this aesthetic that I like, right? And it's very hard to say exactly what I like about it because it's a combination of everything that is on the screen. So what I could do is I would just have to keep painting. I'll have to keep trying and pushing the shapes and pushing the textures all around the place, all over the place, and see if I can replicate the process and replicate the vibes. And as you're doing it, you sort of get a better idea of what you're lacking. Maybe you're lacking the brushes, maybe you're lacking some understanding of the form and the color and all that. And this is already learning, right? You're already learning something. So at that stage, when you start to make this connection between, oh, I can't do it because of X, Y, and Z, or I can do it because of A, B, and C, then you can already stop your study, right? You can already stop because you already gained something out of it. You're a really better person than you were before. But you can also keep going. So it depends on you at that moment, right? I would say you have to study until you get something out of it. But you don't necessarily have to go all the way, right? It depends on you, again, right? You don't want to sort of hamper your interests. If you are interested in studying this piece, you should study it. If you learn something and you still want to do some more, you can keep doing it. But if you learn something and you're kind of bored now, maybe you can try a different artist, right? But you have to make sure you get somewhere. You have to give it some thought. It's not to say that you have to necessarily gain 100% gain like a new skill out of it, but you have to try it and understand something, whether if it's because of a failure or because of a success. And as long as you get that one thing, you can call that study a success if you want to. You can stop it and you can do something else. So it depends on what you want to get out of it. For me, if I can get one brush out of this entire study, I will consider it a success. But instead, I got 3 pages worth of notes when I ranted for like a half an hour about how to do the study instead. And that's something I can already stop here actually. Like the effect on this half of the screen is way more than enough. Like I cannot do something like this before I started. So sometimes a speed paint tutorial available. I would say that would be. I don't know if you necessarily need a speed paint tutorial available. I recognize that not having it is really hard. Also, hello, YouTube. And I do remember in the past that I did a lot of those where I waited for I looked for artists that I can visually break down in my mind before I even attempted it. But after streaming, I realized that if you're okay with failure, right? Back then I'm very bad with failure. I cannot accept failure. I only do things if I know what's gonna happen already. But after streaming, I realized that the places and times that I failed is not that scary, right? You fail, yes, it feels like a waste of time, yes. But if you give it some thought about why you failed or why it didn't work, and you make a note of it in your head or somewhere on the paper, and you just you remember it once in a while, that is also very valuable. So it's okay if it's like really complex. Like this is really complex before I started. Only after I did this today and yesterday did it become a little bit more sort of easy to break down. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have been able to break it down in the first place. And they don't really have a tutorial for this either, right? Or a speed paint. There are gonna be a lot of cases where the artist that you like is just so insanely good, but no one has ever broken up their stuff before, and they themselves don't have any guides or anything. So you're gonna have to cross that bridge at some point. In the beginning, you could also just stick to those artists with speed paints or tutorial. It's up to you, I think. It's your own capacity for failure, I think. I think one of the biggest growth though on stream, due to as a result of the stream, is my capacity for handling failure. Is that I am not so afraid of coming in on the stream and then like doing something and then having it be sucked, like having it look like absolute dog shit, and then leaving that day with basically nothing to show for. Because I realized that like maybe like 2 weeks down the line, that experience of failure might come back and help me some way. So now I'm okay with it now. And as a result, I'm more open to challenging myself to harder stuff like this, which is great, I think. So again, like it's whatever that keeps you drawing, I would say. If it's too daunting, then you can always do something easier. Otherwise, give something harder a try, because that's also kind of the only way to go up. Right. I think you have to be able to visually see and understand there are things that probably you're not expected to be able to draw. You know, like photo textures, you're not gonna be expected to draw that. But that is not to say you cannot study it, because you can still get textures, you can still get photos and try to replicate that. But you have to recognize that that's a limitation, right? So for example, some of the textures in here, it's very hard to see, but it's only in this bit here that is still visible, not covered up by all the... It's actually a photo and everything. Yeah, like this one made me realize like there are some textures that you simply cannot do. But you can also kind of treat it as a challenge, I suppose, if you want to try to see if you can replicate the effect with just the brushes you have on hand, or figure out a way to make your own set of brushes and all that. Yeah, I see that in answering this. Like it's I feel like prioritization is pretty important, huh? You really have to know what you're getting, or what you want out of it, a little bit clearer. But honestly, that's so hard. Like even after doing all these, like I still don't really come into a study with a very clear idea of what is it that I'm going to get out of it at the end. But sometimes you just don't know. I mean, like even if you, you can't be expected to know what you're gonna get out of it when you're just lacking that skill in the first place. That's why you're doing it in the first place. So the best you got is just like, I want to kind of get a better idea of what kind of stuff is happening here. I still don't know what this shape is though. What is this shape? Maybe an artifact of the brush, perhaps. Sorry, long rant. What was Show's original question? How long do I study? I see. Right. It's interesting, I think. I think seeing some of the questions, the right. I wonder where the gap is. The instinct is to say to just do it. But then of course, like asking those questions doesn't inherently imply that you're not doing anything, right? It's just asking for a second opinion. Or a third. It's interesting. There's some inherent bias on my end. Oh man, so I'm way off. Anyways, all this like we're all way off. Um At this point I'm basically just cutting the shape smaller, and the only reason why it's working is because the form here itself is kind of interesting. I kind of veered away from the whole texture business. Because not many textures have been added. Not much texture has been added in. And there are still techniques here that I haven't really explored. Like there's this overlaying nonsense going on. Some of these like sort of lines that's going across the grain here, against the grain here. I feel like it's an overlay layer on top. I mean, let's see. Do I have my... Where's my rake brush? This guy here on overlay, let's say black. What's gonna happen here? Oh, I see. It's not just oh, I see. It's more complex than one color. It's two color system. If I do this, it's only one color, but they have a darker set of colors like this, and then they have the lighter set that's also next to it. And then it's going across everything, kind of. You'll get something out of it, I'm sure. Joe. I don't think there has been a single study so far that I haven't really got nothing. Sorry, what do you say? That I didn't get anything out of. Okay, let me double back on that real quick. I think it depends on your approach. Like just like how focused you are and how like sort of what you're doing, and are you truly thinking about everything that you're doing? Like every single time you come across something, you ask yourself, why is that the case, or why is it not the case? Like if the artist did something, it's like, oh, why did they do it like this? Like I'm looking at all the patterns of the blue, right? Like yesterday I was asking, or the like was it Wednesday? I was like, how did they know where to put the accents on the trees? How would I know, like if I were to be the one drawing this and I had a big white blob of mess, like how would I put in the blue? Why did they put it this way? And I don't really have an answer, but in trying to answer it, I realized that maybe it doesn't matter that much. It is just the accent color, right? So the point is to add enough that is kind of everywhere, but not too much in one spot that is drawing all the attention, unless that is the point. So even though I don't have a strict answer, like a very clear answer as to why they did it a specific way, I have a rough idea of how I can do it, and that is a big plus, right? That is something that I gain, and then that's good, and then that's something I gain out of it. Yeah. Oh, so the thing about drawing it without thinking much is that a lot of times I also end up drawing it without thinking much. You don't I think it's easier if you just do it. It's hard to explain because it's very hard to explain clearly. Because I would do it without thinking too much, but then at some point you will start thinking automatically if you're focused. Because I am like, for example, right, when I started, I'm just blocking out the big white shapes, and then the parts in the light and the parts in the shadow, and I was breaking up the shapes. But I'm just copying shapes at this point. But at some point I realized that, hey, I'm just copying kind of like the white shapes. But why did they paint the white shapes in this way? Oh, it's because it's trying to emulate the branches of a tree. Oh, it makes sense. It's like the barks, right? That's why there are like these lateral structures that's going across the entire thing. That's like, okay. And then my mind was shut off again. And then like at some point I'm like, oh, I need to put in the blue now. Hey, wait a second. How did they know to put in the blue? You know, like the questions will pop out at you as long as you're not distracted. You don't necessarily have to constantly be asking questions. And that's what I find now, to be fair. That's after 340 streams. I'm not sure if I would say the same thing, answer your question the same way. Like, 340 streams ago. To be honest, 340 streams ago, I'm probably too nervous to actually do any form of thinking on stream. Being able to rent like this really, I think took a while. I think. Yeah, I would say not to worry about it too much. I think all of these things will just come up. As long as you're doing it, it's gonna come up. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like if you're interested in doing like in what you're doing, or at least you're invested in getting better. But I don't know if I'm necessarily that interested when I get started with some of these things, but as long as you're invested in getting better, I would say like some of these things will probably come naturally, because you will want to know, you know, you will want to figure it out. I guess that's why like some kids, they don't really take so well to homework, because they don't really want to do it, they don't really care, so they just follow through the motion and they don't understand anything, and they also don't care enough to figure it out, and then so on and so forth, and homework doesn't work for them, you know. Extreme focus of flow state is only possible when you kind of know what you're doing. I think it's easier to come about if your process is very clear, but I don't think that will be the only reason. Like, I think it's like flow state to me is just a state where things are constantly moving, right? But it doesn't mean that they're necessarily moving in a very efficient way or like in a very established way. I don't know if that makes sense, because I feel like it's possible to be in a flow state, for example, with just autopiloting, copying shapes or something. You're not necessarily super engaged, but you're super focused still. You're still just looking at the shapes and stuff, but you may not necessarily be super analytical, or like it may not necessarily be your own process or something. It's just a state of doing things in a smooth way. At least for me, it feels like. Anyways, I don't know how my flow state relates to the studies and stuff like that. I think that's kind of the gap that I'm having in this discussion. I don't know how that relates. Yeah. Probably just I don't know how that works. I also don't know if these are the right colors anymore. Like the colors you guys are seeing, as always, is different from what I'm seeing, because my tablet is a little bit old. I'm hoping it's this at least similar to the original. Okay, I see that this is a little bit too red. Too sad. But right, so I add in some different shades and so on and so forth. Then I come in and I'm like, oh, I want a bigger shape here that's more solid. Yes, sir, please. Gimme. And then maybe I cut in a edge here. Maybe I keep some of the textures, maybe I don't. Maybe I make this a bit more interesting because it's kind of boring right now. And then something, and then I get a little bit of blue. Too dark, make it brighter. Oh, it's too boring now. Give me some more textures. If I know I have to do this easier, if copying is kind of easy, then when you go for it, right? Makes sense. Flow state is just being in the moment. Being in the moment in the process of what you're doing. So the process inherently must be something that is easy and yeah, makes sense. I think I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, makes sense. Like what you're saying before as well, right? You can only kind of do it if you know what you're doing, which is exactly, yeah, makes sense. If you're just copying, you know, you kind of know what's happening 100%, right? It's just copying. I'm just gonna look and I'm just gonna put down stuff that looks similar. That's it. So it's easy to be in that state. Right. So again, I guess that's like I guess I don't really get what the point of the a flow state is in a study, I guess. Because study, I guess, would inherently mean that you're kind of breaking up what you're doing. You're like breaking up doing versus thinking, breaking up constantly sort of interrupting the process, and therefore you're probably not in a very flowy state, I suppose. Mine is not even the same shape. Right, of course it's gonna look weird. Alright, whatever then. So I guess like flow state is not necessarily that very relevant in a study context then, perhaps. I mean, it could still be very... I don't know. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna still struggle a lot with finding some of these shapes, and like, if we were to be painting this ourselves, I don't know what to do with some of these variations for sure. But I guess form inherently is a lot easier to learn compared to trickier stuff like how to stylize or convey a specific vibe. Broski, pick me home ski. There are boots. Man, this is like kind of insane, right? Think about like the fact that they you do this for a living. Like you're painting shit like this every day, dude. I can never be an artist for like full time, man. This is kind of insane. Even if this is like something that's well established, so tedious. Yeah. It's kind of weird. I always thought that I like tedious stuff as a job, because all you do is do the same thing over and over and over. You don't have to think, right? And it sounds kind of relaxing. But my god, apparently I'm pretty bad at that. ADHD or something. Oh my god, I cannot sit still with this. Yeah, 100%, man. Joe. I'm happy you're here to chat. But in terms of like progress, I get to cheat because I get to use my mouth and talk while still painting. You guys can't do that. Oh, are you talking about this thing? I think you're most likely talking about this thing, right? Because the stuff that you're talking about, the tagging image one is a different thing. This one here is called Pure Ref. The web thing? So I'm gonna send this because I talked about it, but what web thing? You're talking about my tool? Oh, that one is my own tool. This thing doesn't exist in anywhere. I can turn it on right now. Sorry, give me a second. This thing is just a tool that I made to help me do some dumb stuff. Which one is it? It's the art map one, right? This one. Talking about this nonsense. Yeah. The honest truth about this is that it looks cool and everything, but it's not like it's a magic tool that is gonna like help you tag images immediately, right? You have to go through. So let me show you how this works, right? So if you look at review all, there are currently 5,000 images here. It's because a bunch of them got filtered out by my filters here, but I will have to go through each one by doing left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you see all these tags at the bottom. They're only added because I did them manually. So I have to come in and be like, oh, I think I bookmarked this because I like the rendering. So I'm gonna rendering. Yes, rendering. It's like a kind of like a human. Yes, a human. And then it's not suggestive or explicit. It's like 2DR, but I don't tag that yet. And then you will go through this and do this for thousands and thousands and thousands of images. And it's really hard to do this because she naked. Okay, this one is getting tagged suggestive. But it's very hard to do this because like when you look at a piece of art, right, you like it for a reason, but you have to sit down and think about what that reason is. So if you're focused on finding stuff that you like for rendering, it's kind of hard to spot things that you like for color choice. And it's very hard to do other metadata tagging like this because it's very distracting. So this thing, honestly, I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing this. Like, because after spending like weeks on making this thing and using it, I realized that the best way to progress is still to say, for example, find something that you like. Oops. You just find something that you like here, for example. Like, let's say I really like this, right? And I like it because the rendering, the proportion, the balance, and the comp, everything is really good. Then I'm just going to study this one piece. I shouldn't have to spend extra time. Like, say, for example, tagging all these things here. Put them in a list with all the other images. Like, in the time that I've been spending doing this, I could have studied quite a few of this by now. And given how much progress and stuff that we learned from just doing this one thing for the past 3 days, which is only like, what, like 12 hours? You know, I would say that quite a lot of time here might have been wasted. Granted that the original project's idea was so that I don't have to do the tagging myself, right? This wasn't meant to be the original thing. The original thing was meant to be having this thing sort of filter stuff for me automatically. And it's doing it a little bit right now. So for example, let's say I do this, right? You can see how it's kind of sort of grouped stuff together for me. And then if I zoom into any area, it's actually having similar sort of types of material here. So for example, all of these are guides. Whereas if I go over to this corner, let's say this corner here, it's like faces. I don't know why like belly is here. I guess they're like trying to track for skin color or something. But faces, faces, faces. Yeah, all these face zoom ins and stuff like that. It's meant to be used like this. But the problem with this is that you need this, right? Like you saw me click on this. These are things that are computed for each image. So for example, these are math in the background that is taking an image and then it's doing some math and it's going to compute a bunch of numbers like this. And then it takes the numbers and then it plots them onto this graph. That was what this whole point is. But the math, of course, then becomes the tricky part. Like, what math exactly are you talking about? Am I computing just the pixel colors? Or am I looking at this thing and saying, oh, there's a face here? And then all of a sudden, the project gets super duper complex. And then now you're no longer doing art, you're doing math. Also, hello, Mia. So that's what this is. You want me to? You ready for the call, Mia? Ah, okay, of course. But yeah, like this is what this nonsense is. Yeah, true. If you add like 1 or 2 things at a time, you know, like the data ingestion is actually, I'm kind of proud of it. The data ingestion is very smooth. So the tendency to add like a bajillion things at once is actually most of the time. Like images don't come in by like 10 or 20, they come in by 100 or 200 at a time. Yeah, the main benefit of this is that it's very reusable. So you tag it once, now I can basically find stuff that I previously liked for a specific reason, like for rendering. And minus my reset view. I need to add colors back to the buttons, but... And then now I can find stuff that I like for render. But then your preferences change. I was having a discussion with Uni, like in the Discord chat, which is tags are not meant to be tagged based on preference, right? The problem with tagging is that it's a very dead thing. You tag it once, it stays there until you change it. But the problem is that your preferences change very often. So if I say that I like this because of rendering, I might like it now, but am I gonna like it later? That is the big problem. So what happens is that you go through like 5,000, 7,000 images once for every single one of the tags, right? There's like tens of thousands of passes. And then you realize, hey, I don't really like the thing anymore. So do you go through and re-tag everything? You know, it's kind of stupid. So this is like a lot of limitation. Like I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of like the rendering. But nowadays I look at this and I feel like, yeah, okay. It's alright, I guess. It's alright. So does it fall under the same category as like anymore or no? Like, so now there's a problem. So I started adding new complexity. So it's like, oh, I not only have the tagging for rendering, I have the tagging for favorites. Oh, so now I can come here and be like, oh shit, what's my favorites? What are my favorite renderings? Oh, there's only like 10. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, exactly. That is what tagging is meant to be used for. To be what is objectively in the thing and it's always there, right? But the thing is, this tool is not meant for that either. The tool is meant to find me the style that I wanted, which is why I'm tagging it by preference. That's the only reason why the tool was made. So there's a gap between what I wanted to use it for and what it ended up being. And honestly, that's just kind of how it is in life, right? You try to do something, you do it, and then you realize it doesn't work out that well because of XYZ reasons. And then you learn from it, I guess. So now I know you should never tag based on preference because it's kind of stupid. But since I've already done it for most of them, quite a few of them, the tool is here to stay, I guess. We can still use it. I've actually attempted to make this so many times, this tool. Especially this part here of the filter. This filter is like a sort of quick, immediate image analysis setup so that I can always just come in and be like, oh, you see, look at all the edges. Look at how like there are a lot of textures in the back that you don't really maybe notice that clearly. Actually, that's not really, that doesn't count. But like over here, like these specks of dust, if you do the filter, you still can't see it. Okay, never mind. It's useless. Anyways, there's also some other stuff here, like for example, the value, the saturation mask, for example. If I want to find saturation on the image above a certain value, I can quickly find and I see, oh, the accent of this piece is yellow. But you could also just open your damn eyes and look at it, and be like, yeah, I see yellow. But anyways, of course, it's meant for more complex situations, like stuff like you can remove this. You can change it to, I don't know what this is. I guess it's just showing warmer colors versus colder colors. So you can use this across like different pieces and see. I guess this value in here. Oh, you can see the colors they use for the lines. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, I suppose. And the specific gradient setup, so I can just turn this on and off, and we can see. Oh, okay. How interesting! Wow, I'm a better artist. Anyways, this thing has been nothing but cumbersome so far, I would say. It's just been a little bit cumbersome. Only like once in a while I come here and be like, oh yeah, you see the stuff that I favorited before? Yeah, I still do really like it. It's pretty cool, I guess. And then I can take a closer look at it. Oh, I like it because the colors are grouped, and the brightness is grouped, and the shadows are grouped, and then blah 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 blah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The biggest problem is not having the good enough set of scripts that actually does good enough math that then allows me to do things like this without having to do it manually. That is the biggest problem. But otherwise, colors here are nice. I mean, that is true, I suppose. I suppose that is true. Like, okay, that is a very good point, right? The alternative would be what? The alternative might be, so I probably wouldn't just use folders. Since PRF is a thing, I would probably just put a bunch of them in separate PRFs. And then I guess the PRS might get pretty big. And you have to reorganize it every time. And then you have to... Oh, the moving into PRF is very hard, right? Actually, the reason why part of the reason why this was created is because Twitter had like the change with Grok, right? And Grok made a lot of artists want to leave. So because Grok made a lot of artists want to leave, and the discussion was how do we save images from Twitter bookmarks so that we don't lose all these pieces that we've collected over the years. So that became a data ingestion process that ingested about like 4 or 5,000 images. And then after I have the images, I'm like, yeah, like it's kind of hard to look at it. So why don't we make a tool to see it? That's how we kind of end up here, I think. The tagging is let me just open it up. The tagging is in JSON. Let me see, where is it actually? I haven't had it open in a while here. I think it's called curation. Oh, the tagging looks like this, by the way. So it's just a list of IDs in here. But of course, I'm not adding the IDs here. I am using the UI that's been created. So I can use like hotkey like this, and then it will just add things really quickly. You just have to go through everything manually. But yeah, anyways, like 10,000 lines of shit. Yeah. And then there's a guide here. There's a guide here for what the thing is meant to represent. And I think I added a... Did I edit? Is that in my to-dos? Wait, no, didn't I edit? Wait, hang on. I thought it was committed. Wait a second. Oh, it's here, it's here, it's here. So the idea is that for each tag, there's meant to be a representation of what this tag is supposed to be for. So in this case, I want to show that, hey, it's only meant for things that I like the colors of, which is this piece here. It didn't get hooked up, so I cannot see the image here yet. There should be a button that sends us over. Proportion as well. So on and so forth. But I suppose the alternative could be worse. This still feels really clunky though. I feel like that should be a better way, yet better way to do this, but something that feels a bit more smooth, you know. But yeah, this is what this is. I guess we did that. Sorry, what is this? This is just a general one. Oh, I see. It's just a general one. I can look at all the memes. How many memes do I have? Not a lot of memes. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, the tool I'm not publishing at this point, and there are no plans to do so. Primarily, it's just a. I think it's more of a mental loading. Part of it is just I don't want to have it out. I want something that I made for myself, private. But part of it is that once you open it up, it's people are gonna use it, and that's fine. People are gonna suggest changes and stuff, and that's also fine. But then it opens up the situation where there's a lot of attention being drawn away from art on my end. And I would just like to avoid that in general. So yeah, the weather outside is rizzy.
Weather outside is rizzy, but the fire is so shitty. But since I've yet to go,
Well, to be fair, I didn't technically code this. All I did was do the using part and the communication part and planning the architecture and figuring out what I want to use it for. But otherwise, this is all entirely ChatGPT and Claude code. What is this? I'm kind of afraid of some of these things. I think I tagged them accordingly, but some of them might be explicit. This is probably just a... it's great. I see. This is definitely more of a your kind of thing. Wait. Oh, it's here. But this is like the one thing for the art side. Then there's the other one, which I think is more useful. Let's find. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely nuked it. Oh my god, really? Like completely gone, huh? This one would be the one that's truly useful. Oh shit. That's not good. Oh wait, no, it's broken because I need both sides up at the same. I forgot. Okay, okay. So that's correct. That makes sense. It's supposed to fail like that. This is meant to link to the other page, but anyways. This one is more for creating and generating ideas and making so that everything I draw has some value in it. So we start off with the theming, the ideas, where the inspiration came from, the senses, the theme here, the character that I want to involve, why she is involved, and what kind of representation, what kind of theming. The chapter you can just ignore for now. And then environment as well, what kind of environment to paint. And then based on the ideas and all that, like what choices in art do we want to make? What kind of colors we want to use, what kind of render we want to do. The composition, music that is relevant, art that is relevant, which is currently broken, and then some other additional notes, and so on and so forth. And I'm trying to document. I'm trying to document my entire life, anyways. The last time I showed this, the last time I showed this, the virus said that I was on the spectrum, which is great. I really like that. It's very funny. But yeah, media for like anime. I want to add in movies. I want to add in TV shows, manga. Everything is gonna be documented. Music, everything's gonna be documented. That's actually like 8,000, like 60, 70 gigabytes worth of music sitting somewhere in my computer that I wanted to entry into here. But apparently there's like 9,000 entries, and I didn't want to do it because it's just gonna make it way too cumbersome to use. But this is the other tool. I think this one is more useful because this one is finally where I'm going to keep track of all the ideas and stuff. But yeah, that's the two tools that we took like 1 or 2 months like off stream time to set up in hopes of getting better at art by not doing art. But there you go. But yeah, I feel like my approach is well, I don't know what to say. I feel like it's been a very roundabout, I think. But at the same time, there's like a lot of things that I cannot just let go of until I give it a try. I just can't stop myself from wanting to do it. So I think it's not very efficient the way I've approached it, but I also think that there's no other way that I could have done it. But yeah, hopefully it all culminates into something. Yeah, all this in an attempt to... Oh my god. Oh wait, is it kind of flipped? Alright, it's kind of flipped. Oops. Right, yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. Anyways, currently I'm also kind of a little bit distracted working on like a plushie design. I haven't done one in a while, and it's getting a little bit pain in the ass. Eventually, we're gonna have to design some merch as well before the stream series can officially conclude. There needs to be something that marks the occasion. Live 2D nonsense. PNG tuber nonsense. What brush am I looking for? Actually, there's a lot of stuff happening here. qing0ying0. Yeah. Just break it up first. May reset and fall. Yep. I actually don't know when I want to stop this one actually. Maybe if I can replicate the okay, so this part looks kind of decent. I think it's got a good balance of shapes and textures. It doesn't feel as refined as the original, but maybe it's just because I'm thinking of this as the original. Because looking at this in a vacuum, it doesn't look too bad. It suggests the shapes clear enough. Like at least the big form is clear enough. If we can replicate that like 1 or 2 more times elsewhere, I think we can just stop. Because we've gotten a lot out of this already. Yeah, and if I really want to keep the knowledge, I should probably plan something that actually leverages the stuff that we learn here. And then based on experience, that's gonna pretty much be just a copy, because otherwise it would be too difficult. It'll have to be very similar in theme and setup. Otherwise, there's a lot of areas set for failure, and then it's gonna cause some problems. As it has done so many times before. Am I missing some browns here? I am. Oh, right. I just remembered. The music that we're listening to is a piano cover of a Japanese indie sort of, I guess, music composer, EDM music composer by the name of Pikasonic. They used to make some meme videos about Genshin when Genshin first came out in 2020. But regardless, I was asking around for through my Japanese friends to see if anyone was doing music creation, because I wanted someone to help me essentially do what's equivalent of like a study for art, but for music for this artist, to see what kind of instruments that they use. Right, it's like the same thing, right, in music, where they will have tools that they really like to use, tunings, specific sort of tunings that they would like to do, that gives them that unique style and vibes and all that. And I was hoping that someone can do the heavy lifting for me, because if someone can figure that out on my behalf, and then I can just get like the the DAW file, I can just look at the tune, and then I can just try to emulate the sounds that they have, or at least get a head start. Because of course you don't want to be exactly the same, but if you like it, it's like the same as art. You don't want to be the same style, but if you like it, that means there's something there that you want to emulate and stuff like that. So eventually I got in contact with a Japanese dude who was okay with doing it, some kind of a music study thing. But he was really busy. He was like, oh, maybe when it becomes, when it's like March, you can come and contact me again. That was last year. It's April now. Wait a second. I haven't contacted them. I think that's the problem. But like, they originally suggested end of the year. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should ping them again, see what happens. The plan was to just pay them money to do something. But I can't quite extend into music right now at this point. Definitely not right now. Be nice to have the thought. Oh yeah, let me add your name to the bottom too. Where is it? My father. Oh yeah, that is true. That makes this a pretty important piece of document at this point. Oh, I forgot the line. Testing. Let's check. Clear it. Clear it. Clear it. Yoink. Oh yeah, I can't do that technique here, huh? Why don't you just erase it? Maybe Lasso too is a non-negotiable then. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of color jitter here. Not even in the right direction. Let me select. Oh, interesting. Oh, and that one's together. Huh. Order. Go. Order. I see a lot of differences in the way that they do it. Never did figure out the layer on top thing. Oh wait. Don't I have the exact texture? Wait, hang on. It looks very familiar. Horizontal one. No horizontal one? I could do it this way. Is this 90? Something's wrong here. Oh no, mine's not like long enough. Maybe like this. Too dense. Oh, kind of similar, perhaps. I'm gonna try to attempt to whack something over everything. I think there's definitely something over everything. Oh well, possibly multiple different textures. Maybe something canvas related, maybe not even. Oh, you know what? Now that I mentioned canvas, it kind of looks like oil painting or something, where like the paint is really thick and you see those streaks of paint being left over as a result. I don't know if I have those here. Oh, this is tiny though. Not really that good. Paper textures. Everything is like just a pattern noise. It doesn't have any directionality. Very good. What? Hmm. Well, let's put whatever, I guess. Whatever this is. Oh! We have noise pattern. Yeah, but these things are always so strong though. How do you use these things? View filter. Can I even invert it? Okay, I need to rasterize. Just deletes everything. I see. It's already turned into opacity. Set up. You doesn't look good. What about this? Soft light, perhaps. I suppose it could. It is kind of similar. Doesn't look very good though. Let me think about this. The thing is, I know my own preference, right? So looking at this, like if this is treated, so if we treat this as say the final rendered quality, I think I'm okay with this. Like some of these areas would be a little bit more blend, more empty. I think the original would definitely have a lot more noise. Yeah, especially like that in this area. There's like those patterns that go straight up. That is the additional the texture that we don't have. But not having it seems fine too, though. You can always add it in eventually, or just like in spots that we find empty. Otherwise, is it because this is too zoomed in? Zoomed in? Oh, but if it reaches that stage, then it's just very clearly repair. Ooh, what the hell is this? It's called Crete. want none of that, please. Concrete could be interesting. Actually, did they put it in here? It's a lot emptier. Well, with a dual color brush, we could technically paint it in, no? We can just paint the texture we want. Aren't there brushes that emulate oil paint? Oil. These ones don't do two colors, so. Actually, you can just set them up, no? And then I'll just set it up. No, no way to select color. Wait a second, how do the brushes that do two colors work? I know I have some of them here. Two colors. You can never find it when you need it, of course. Oh, this one. Oh! Oh, it's in the brush tip, right? So the information is encoded in the brush tip. So usually when you draw the brush tip, it would just be black color on a white background. I can't show it here. But this one has both black and white. So the black part would be using primary color, the white part would be using secondary color. That's how you get two colors in at the same time. That's kind of a pain in the ass to set up then. Huh, interesting. Well, I mean... I think I'm kind of done. Maybe at least for today. I'm wondering where I want to be for this one. Being able to emulate the final layer on top would be nice. So I want to get a couple more areas, maybe a little bit more rendered. So we have that experience under our belt. And whatever that brings as well. We're also missing a lot of the ornaments and stuff, which I'm going to ignore. Also the borders. Not just the red one, but like the yellow one had like a border on it. I guess it's just for the ornaments, actually. Never mind. Oh, but it's not that even, though. Oh, it is painted in, huh? Some of them are even. Maybe it painted over for some of them. Huh. Anyways, some more of that. Yeah, I was just about to hop off here. You can come on for like the last few minutes. Alright, give me a second. Sorry, 1 second. Let me bring a voice online. Yes, I was just gonna hop off here.
Okay, so I'll just say hello.
Yeah, you can just say hello.
I woke up a bit late.
Oh yeah, of course. I was told that you did some dancing in VR chat.
Oh, did I? Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, anyways, I'm trying to wrap up on this nonsense here. Let's see. Time lapse between yesterday and today. Oh yeah, I didn't share my screen. Fridays has been getting like shorter just because running out of steam here.
Okay. It's a tree.
It is indeed a tree. Oh wait, did I scale it to the right size? No, it's just a little bit bigger. Progress. And then today.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Yes, thank you. As a great experience, I suppose. It's a great experience.
Is there like a person? Are you good on a person?
No, I don't want to draw the person. I was just here for the textures and the balance. That there's something about this thing that activates my neurons, right? And I'm trying to figure out what that is. And I think for the most part, I have a rough idea. But man, the execution is
the textures, the
right. So I had like a whole like 45-minute rant today about trying to figure out the whole texture business, right? So there is like multiple things that I wasn't very sure of. I think part of it was the order of doing things. Because there are textures that go over everything. There are layers that are clearly on top of other layers. But yet, doing it might make the process a bit harder to do and so on and so forth. So, I didn't really bother with any of that. I just went in doing what I felt like I should do at the moment. And in doing so, I gained some experience into like what I think is a better way of doing it. But then I when I was doing that, I realized that, oh, rather than thinking of it like that, I should just think of it in like having like a big shape and then breaking down to smaller shapes, which is what always people always say, right? But I think for the first time, I can kind of feel it a little bit more since I've been looking at this for like 12 hours now. If I just think of everything as like shapes and big shape, we start off with, what is it, just one big tree shape against the whole square canvas, right? So we get this big shape, then we treat this and then split it into two shapes, and then we take each of those shapes and we split them into by different colors and more shapes, and then now all of a sudden we have a background to paint off of, and then we will zoom into one area, and then it would be this small shape would now be the big shape, and then we cut it into okay, this looks like shit when I zoom in. This is kind of bad when I zoom in, but anyways, so there is that whole nonsense there, and then there's also the other part, which is to sort of understand what kind of textures there are out there. Because in this week's exercise is pretty much just trying to figure out a bunch of textures, and I realized a couple of things. I think like there are like textures that are really hard to basically do unless you have the exact same thing. And then in terms of texture brushes, you have so many different settings to play with. So I figured that if it's possible to, number one, understand what kind of style you like and why they look good to you. So like in this case here, it's because of all the hard edges and the big shapes that are being grouped together. Then number two, if you understand the sort of category texture brushes fall in, whether if they're there for just adding visual interest because it, like rake brushes, right? Most of the time are just being thrown in for no real reason other than to break up shapes, or they're there to suggest material and like form. And then like whether if they taper off or not, whether if they blend colors or not, whether if they have another texture image in the brush tip or not. If you have both of these pieces of information, then maybe it's possible to be a little bit more in control in terms of crafting a set of brushes to deliver a specific style, if you know what I mean. So if this style is like big shapes and textures that are more patterny rather than very long and like dragged out, then I can maybe make a palette like that. I think it's just all like kind of useless though. I think like at the end of the day, you just paint and you get a feel for what you like and just fix it as you go. It's also kind of interesting to think about the classification. Anyways, that's the whole thing for this piece and this week.
Reminds me of qing0ying0. I think I mentioned them before. Have you seen their work?
How do you spell it?
Send you their art station.
Oh yes, I remember you sharing this before. Where's my
yeah, when I saw your block in
reminder
for
you of this individual?
it reminded me of that.
Is that Mia? Yes, Duve, it is Mia. Oh, this is so clean.
Oh.
I remember there was something else
then below, the earlier stuff it's more simple. You can see the blockouts very clearly. Well, in the beginning it was very oil painting, and then the blockouts became much clearer.
Right, these ones, right? These ones here. I remember we were here before, and then I was looking at
Lotus.
Lotus?
Oh, it's a bit above.
More.
Yeah, right here. There was a leaf.
This one. Right, yeah. The warm up, yes. That's the lasso guy.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Like you don't need to use lasso. You can paint it and like erase, but in general, just
Yes.
the blocks of
Yes.
the color.
Yesterday, both Duvet and Uni were trying to sell the lasso agenda to me. Especially Duvet was like, "Oh, you should use the lasso too." I'm
I
like,
don't like
okay,
the lasso tool. Just use the brush, and then you can make the shapes with the brush.
I recognize that lasso is very good for like big shapes and selections and all that, but like I like the fact that the brush, by virtue of using the brush, right? The brush tip kind of carries you a little bit. If I use a square brush, I naturally get angles that I wouldn't be able to get
Yeah.
easily with the lasso. So
But it's a bit less clean if you only use a brush.
indeed.
Yeah.
Like that's I think yeah, actually you know what, Duvet? That's a like I think lasso would have been very good for this part too. Like trying to make sure that the shadow stays as shadow block. But yeah, indeed, 2's in the 2 box. Oh, is this painted? What is this? Oh, this is a video. Someone painted
Yeah,
a
it's
YouTube
painted.
thumbnail?
The backgrounds are painted. It's 3D, but it's everything's painted.
Oh. Dang, dude. Dang, dude. Holy shit. Okay, this is a get good moment.
Probably painted on 3D or something. Well, actually, no, this is not. This is probably just directly painted.
Yeah, Spider-Verse guy, like the one with the really colorful colors, right? I remember that was also recommended. It might even be in the daily thing, the daily list.
He works with the director Alberto Miyago, who did the I think previous part. Yeah, the Jabaro guy, Alberto Miyago. His name is right in the description. If you look, it's in the description of the previous. Yeah.
What, like here? Oh right. I guess I didn't really need that. But
You can look at his work on his website.
NFTs.
Paintings. Yeah. You can take a look at his paintings.
Yeah, this is good. This is so juicy. Holy shit! Look at that. Am I lagging? Is it not loading? Oh, it's just the website is being janky. Oh my god.
These guys like come from kind of a mix of traditional and digital kind of school. So
Is this?
If you look close up, it's kind of messy, but like it's when you zoom out, that's like one of the oil painting techniques where so just imply the detail with values in colors and shapes.
God, I mean, okay. I mean, let me think about this. I feel like I like the original of this piece that I studied for its painterly style and how some of the shapes are broken up. And then I'm looking at this now, and this is like this feels better. It's so much clearer and cleaner. And
yeah, lasso, yeah, shape tool.
I seriously cannot fathom how much effort and time it's gonna take to do something like this.
Oh, every building looks complex, but it's basically just one layer in like cubes, right? Like the windows are just repeated or just lines.
Yeah, like but you have to align it. In this perspective, I guess it's slightly easier. And I think there's like no third point. It looks like everything is like straight.
Yeah, this is 1 point perspective.
Indeed. Yeah. Do they have a Twitter? Do they have a Twitter? Because I want to pull their stuff into my system here.
On Instagram, on the right. Yeah.
Really? No X? No like the
Yeah, it is this person. It is Mr. Pinkman. But I don't know if they post anything. No, it's only yeah, they don't post any. You gotta look at their Instagram.
Boo.
Yeah.
My system does not support pulling from Instagram. Alright, it's fine.
Oh.
I set up the code that's necessary to pull local files, so I can put this in the system and I can bookmark it properly. But ooh, I like this one too. Oh, this is also really good. Dang, look at the
Yeah, there's also influence in like graphic design.
this aggressive blur on this is I feel I've never seen this aggressive before. This fog really feels like fog. Wow, okay. What am I looking at? Burps. It's a transform too also, right? It's still just so tedious though, right? Like no matter how many tools you use, just by the sheer number of shapes here, it's just very daunting.
That's what painting is, right?
Yeah, it really has to be worth the effort, man. Holy shit, this has to be
The effort.
yeah, like
I mean, just spend a couple days on one piece, you know?
this is like 2 weeks worth of effort. I feel like for me. I remember the one that I
If
did.
you've done
in
it
the
before,
past.
it's much easier to do it again.
Right, but that one was photo bashing and it took 40 hours of work. This one, it
Well,
looks
that's
like
because it's the first time you did it, right?
true. That was also a while ago. It's like, oh, that was like
Yeah.
2021. That was like 2022. Spend months? Oh my god, dude. Who has months, bro? And they, oh my god, and they spent months and that was like full time, right? That's all they did too. Bro.
Well, things were much slower back in the day, where you could like sit in an atelier and just like paint every day.
Wow. I don't think I have that patience. I think like the whole. Yeah, I have to convince myself that it's worth it. This is a. It feels worth it right now, looking at this. Good stuff though. This is Duvet's recommendation today. Let me show the name again.
Hello.
It's an artist for Neverland, I think.
The musical Scott, yeah, they've been around for a very long time.
Very fantasy.
It's very funny. Like they primarily, I think they get their money from manga, which has no color, but their color work is also very, very good. Yeah, so they have some like art books.
Not more. Oh yes, thank you to you and also to Duvet. The dailies. I'll probably hop up here.
Okay.
And then oh wow, look how simple the strokes are. But yeah, Monday I think I'm gonna continue a little bit more on this perhaps. Otherwise I'll have to find something else to do. Oh, maybe I can study one of the other ones in my my bookmarks. Oh yes, anyways, the uni gift one, I don't think Uni's here today. Yeah, I don't think Uni's here today. But thank you guys for coming. Have a good night, guys.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.